There we are. Took a little bit. Welcome to show 79. Let's go.
no sunshine when she's gone. Oh, the darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Besides, just ain't no home. The time she goes away.
I threw the switch, Master.
there's another man, just let me know. I got good love to give, baby, let me know. Don't let me down slow. I know we've been through this before, but I got a strange feeling that I can't get over. The kissing's been like kissing snow, so if you're gonna leave, just hit the door. Don't let me down slow. If you got a man, just let me know. I got good loving to give, darling, let me know. Don't let me down slow.
Last song in this punishment lesson. Of course, that's tongue-in-cheek, dark humor. And now on to the show. It's all meant in jest. Certainly didn't make it serious. God, I hope they take it that way. Maybe I better cut that. All right, here's a good show coming up. 2 hours. Good stuff. It starts out a little slow, but then Neil joins us and we get to talking about Saturn theory and Purple Dawn and all kinds of cool stuff. So make sure you hang in there. It's good to be back. Thank you. Welcome to show 79. Friendly chat that starts out, and then later on Neil Thompson joins us and we get into some Saturn theory. So I hope you join us. Welcome. Get back and enjoy the next 2 hours, hopefully.
And I couldn't get in there because the person that took over my account was already logged in.
How in the hell did they manage that? They found your password?
Oh man, I mean this person, I found out where he lives. Anyway, yeah, I found out where he lives. He lives over in San Jose, but this person, okay, I figured out how he did it. What he did was, my friend, in my email, okay, first of all, I think he just trolled whatever in Discord, and he saw my name, probably thought that's a good name, that will, guys will like that name, and that'll entice them to click on his clickbait stuff, whatever. So I think he wanted my name, but and whoever I knew or whatever, I'm not sure exactly, but anyway, how he got it was, I mean, I went through and I figured this out. He sent me an email. He created an account, an email account with my friend's email name, but her email is Journey 59983 whatever, like a bunch of numbers, and after I looked through it, he changed just one number, and then he sent me an email with a message in there on the subject that me and her like, which is Bigfoot, and with the video.
I like Bigfoot too.
Well, with the video to go watch.
I'd report him to the police, Paulie. I'd report him to the police for hacking your personal account.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's invasion of privacy.
Could have caused you an awful lot of shit, that, Paulie, you know.
Yeah. I tell you, he got into everything. He changed everything. My Google, I mean, everything.
Why would someone
I don't bank online, that? So lucky for that.
Why would someone do that? That's just
because they can. But
wow.
But I mean, okay.
Just like my Stripe.
There's a command you can run.
Saw an opportunity.
There's a command you can run in Windows. The command prompt, and it's just netstat, and you run that, and it brings up all of the connections and things that your computer's got into, and it will also show you people, connections that have come from, outside into your stuff, and it will show established, and this person, I mean, and it gives you dates and everything. This person just in there, just in my stuff, just in my thing, I wouldn't even socialize with someone like that.
I'd sue. Never mind socialize. I'd sue the LA.
Even on the internet.
What I'm trying to tell you is, my friend,
You got to be careful today, man. You could just hit a button and be screwed.
Well, I mean, I opened up.
I won't be suing him. It'd be getting worse than getting sued.
Oh, but I mean, it's more than that. I mean, he thought he'd have a good time, and he just annihilated my stuff. I mean, every friggin' virus, malware you can imagine. I mean, I was just, and I was trying because I have a 2 terabyte hard drive that's completely full of stuff that I want, right? And I'm like, I'm going to have to, basically. You
got to wipe it all, yeah.
Well, basically, I mean, it's a root kit. It's what they call a root kit.
Yeah.
And it's the worst kind of infection you can get. They're just really bad. They're really hard to get rid of. And the guy, I mean, it's so easy to hack people. It's so easy to do it. I mean, because of all the stuff I've gone through for the past, I don't know, week or whatever, I learned a lot about how people get into your computer and how, I mean, it's so easy to do it. And basically, you think you have protection and stuff, but you really don't, because they're always coming up with software, and they don't have to know a lot to do it. They have these little software, little programs you can get for free or whatever that will do it for you. And it's just what he was doing was, it's
all about deception, and like you said, there might be a comma in your name that you don't notice.
Money, to finding some kind of an account, money. That's what they want.
Yeah.
But anyway, but what I'm saying was how I clicked on this video that I thought came from my friend, because I thought it was her email address, but one number was changed in her name of her email address. One number was changed. I didn't notice it because she has so many numbers behind her name. It's Journey.
So how does that make things happen? Just because one number?
Well, what they do is they send these little they're called hooks or whatever, and they're in an image. And it's in the they can.
When you open the image, it runs a program, Greg, and that program then
I never hit
onto an address in your computer which isn't registered on your operating system, but can be found by another hacking program.
Right.
Wow.
And I mean, it's just.
I never click links out of my email. Thank God.
Well, I know this person. We do this all the time. We share links to things all the time for videos all the time. And when I clicked on it, it took me to a YouTube video about Bigfoot. So I had, I was like, oh, that's whatever. But it was after that. But I mean, as soon as I couldn't get into Discord, and then Facebook wouldn't work anymore. And Google wasn't working, and I mean, it was just this spiral thing. And then Microsoft, my updates, they weren't working. Things just stopped working, and then just normal things I just clicked to run or whatever to do, none of those worked anymore either. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to. I mean, after tried to clear out as much of the malware as I could, and the rootkit stuff, and oh my God, what a nightmare. But what I ended up doing was reinstalling Windows. I had to reinstall Windows, but I did it without having to wipe off all my stuff. I just, I mean, you can do that, but it does reset your stuff to where, and then I had to make sure that there's certain things in Windows that you need to make sure that you shut off. That makes it easy for them to get in if you don't shut some of the things off. So, there's so many things you have to do. It was funny, and I thought I'm going to go nuts. But I also was like, hey, because I told my husband, I go, and my sound, I couldn't get my sound to work. This is like the first day. Today is the day that I got my sound to work.
Oh, wow. It sounds like you've been through an ordeal. Now, in case anyone's listening who isn't following what's going on, Polly Girl got hacked in Discord, and she started putting out like girly sites and stuff.
I can't believe it.
And I really, and I do appreciate it, Polly. But
I'm so
I really went on.
I get migraines if I don't get a strange piece of ass every day.
Did it stop?
JFK said that.
I knew it wasn't for me because it said hot chicks only.
I mean, is it still happening? Am I
No.
still sending that
No,
stuff?
I muted you, but then I unmuted you because I wanted to talk to you and I didn't want to cut you off.
Well, I know, but I told you though. I told you to boot me.
Yeah, well, I will. The Shockwave told me.
If it stopped, because I was able to log in. Finally, at one point, I was able to log in after I had to change my password 3 times.
I'll boot you if you want me to.
So I logged in there. So what I'm saying is, only one person could be logged in. Only one of me can be logged in there. So if the only reason why I couldn't get in there is because he was in there, and at some point in time, he finally decided to log out. Of being me, he's probably find somebody else to bother. But so I.
Oh, what an evil person! He probably is bothering a lot of people, isn't he?
Oh, they can do it. They can. It's so easy for them, and their computer. It's like they have these. It's like mining, like for Bitcoin. Not that same kind, but I mean they're mining. Their computers are set up to mine for the metadata.
Yeah, they're after your bank account numbers. They're after any accounts that you've got.
People will put so much effort and strain into ripping other people off. If they just put that same amount of effort into something legitimate, they'd be making money hand over fist.
Yes,
a quarter of the effort. It's amazing.
Yeah, but they just want to rip people off. That's
what they want. But it might not necessarily be your friend, because this hacker might be using her, might be using her to deliver his hack to you, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's what I mean. My friend.
So don't discount your friend completely yet.
Use my friend. He made an account, a Gmail account, because my friend Journey, she has a Gmail account. And her name is Journey 599877750, or so, a bunch of numbers behind her name. Yeah. And that's how her thing comes up when I get an email from her. Well, all he did was he created a Gmail account.
Yeah, he made you think he was her.
And he just changed one of the numbers that I didn't even notice. I just clicked.
I've got it. Yeah, I've got it.
I just clicked on it. See, that's what made that easy for him. If you have a bunch of numbers behind your name.
Right, well, try and get him tracked now, Paulie, and get him nailed, because he owes you a lot of money.
We still don't have any viewers, guys. I wonder if there's a problem. There should be at least a few people in here.
Is this going out on Rumble, Greg?
Yeah. This is live streaming on Rumble right now.
Right.
I'm looking at it.
Well, it's but it's early. I just clicked on it.
What?
It's early.
Well, yeah.
Most people, right?
Well, I put it out on Discord in plenty of time. Like 10 hours, 12 hours ago. I guess that's not a lot of time, but I invited a bunch of people, and two didn't show up.
People are used to listening to you at when
Send an invite to Neil. I think I wanted to, because this is just kind of a let's all catch up period for the live stream. It doesn't deal with the subject matter which I wanted to talk about, which was the Purple Dawn, Saturn theory. But we're just catching up, and then once we get things leveled, then are taken in that. But anyways, I would like to extend an invite to Neil and to Shockwave. Do they have one? But I wonder why no one's viewing.
I've just messaged on Discord Ramon and Renegade, but they might be out with the kids or something like that at this time of night, or having the Sunday dinner. I don't know.
I mean, I don't see anything that says you are live, but I'm.
Yeah, I've got it says live at the bottom of mine, Greg.
Okay, it does for me too. Sorry about all this, but we gotta get to it, So, from what I can tell, there's about a 30-second lag. There's about a 30-second lag. That's good. That's typical.
But I'm not listening, but...
Just so you know, there are 16 viewers on your YouTube channel.
I'm going to type something. There I am. Greg J1. It made me create two names. Or it said Greg J is taken. And like an idiot, I didn't think, well, I must have signed up here for. No. So I named Greg J1, and now I found I could click on.
Okay, in YouTube, on my list here, it does not show. That is.
So, Paulie, Ramon, as Nick knows, Ramon, he has this little chat group, and it gets.
Sorry, I just had to join in and say that.
On a number of issues at times. So it's basically like we are today, and then it'll go around complete circle. Well, when he was uploading them to YouTube, he was getting strikes consistently.
Oh, yeah.
So since he's been putting them on Rumble, he's never had one issue. Right now, all right, a lot of them might only be haven't got a lot of views, but over time it's grown a bit. And yeah, some of them like go for 4 hours, don't they, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
But we've just found what Nick said. It doesn't have the censorship that YouTube's got now.
I mean, and I
don't blame YouTube for all of that.
But
I'm going to try that live on Odyssey, too.
but I never heard of Rumble. You know, it's like, where have I been?
And been around for a while, and it's,
Me too,
you know,
Paul.
like there was BitChute, but BitChute seems to lag a fair bit.
That's right. But the thing is, they were kicking all the, the political shows who didn't agree with Joe Biden. They were all getting booted off, so they all went to Rumble. And like you said, they don't have the illegal censorship.
Val,
they
this
do on,
was recorded
YouTube.
about 2 weeks ago, and he hasn't edited it.
It is illegal censorship, yes.
Yeah.
It is
This is
illegal,
recorded
but
2
we haven't
Sundays
got
ago.
the wealth to be able to challenge them in one of their courts. That's the
But
problem.
then again, you know, if you read the, the terms of service, which I haven't, but I know that other people have, and they've said it tells you these are the things you can, and these are the things you can't do.
Well, yes, well, that's fair enough. But if you, that's if you're a publisher. But all these are, they're not publishing anything. All they're doing is providing a link so that people can watch it. It's none of their business what the content is. All they are is a bloody computer.
That's true. That's true.
But what's happened, though, Nick, is the mainstream press, we're losing so much money because no one was buying their products anymore, that they created a lot of political around it with the politicians, and the politicians had inquiries, and of course you've got to come up with some answer, and they put pressure on things like Google and YouTube and all them, that if you don't comply to this or that, we'll keep finding you. So eventually they look at, well, it's easier to comply than continually getting harassed.
Yes, I mean,
Facebook,
it's not as
they've
though.
been harassing Zuckerberg. Facebook, although I'm not, they've been harassing Zuckerberg now for a good 2 or 3 years, and he's gradually fallen into line with a lot of what they wanted. So now you get Facebook, a lot of it's very well edited too.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Look, it was set up like that from the start, and they knew it only had a lifetime before it kind of, like any one of these scam industries.
Yeah, but you can go to leak.
They can only prop it up for so long before it starts leaking at the seams, And that's exactly what's happened with the CIA Facebook, because Zuckerberg has never programmed a dicky bird, never mind written Facebook on his own. He's just a CIA plant. You know what I mean? He's one of the Rothschilds. Simple as.
I totally agree.
But what I'm getting at is, Nick, with Facebook, they used bullying as a reason to put all these different controls in. Instead of just saying to people, if somebody's saying something to you that you don't like, just push delete, block. That's it. Gone. They can't bully you if you don't see it. You understand what I mean? Where people, for some reason, someone will be harassing them and they keep getting drawn to it, and then they keep getting all stressed about it instead of going, look, delete, gone. Don't have to put up with it no more.
Yeah, hey, look, a lot of people go on there for a fight anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true.
Totally agree with that. Is Rumble, is it monetized?
Yes.
I think it is. Yeah, I did it as an alternative because I'm off on YouTube. And let's face it, they can do whatever they want. If they decide to get rid of me, they're just going to get rid of me. It's just like that. One day I won't have an account anymore.
But I mean, this is the first strike you've had, though, ever, right?
No, I had it's my second. I had one 3 years ago. Funny, they got me on a 3-year-old video, and I got my last one 3 years ago. But they got me for something like false advertisement, and it was a Velikovsky video, and I had Greg J live. I didn't have the title Velikovsky on there or something.
Whoa.
I really don't quite know what that was about, but I said, okay.
Yeah, just a random attack because Velikovsky was mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Basically.
And that isn't in the terms of bloody service either. And whatever their terms of service are, if that breaks the law, then why has no one stopped their terms of service?
I'm sorry, Lisa.
Sorry.
I totally agree. I mean,
well, you know what? They on one of my videos I have out there, it's I believe it's Earth and Upheaval, Chapter 1. It might be. Underneath it is a thing on Flat Earth. Like they're equating Velikovsky with Flat Earth. That's funny.
I know. Yeah, I noticed that they are doing that.
Yeah, and like
which discredits Velikovsky. That discredits Velikovsky. So that's like they got a double whammy there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People are going to go, oh, Flat Earth, oh, Velikovsky, oh, blah.
But I'll tell you what as well that I'm finding.
They be like blind drones, Why don't they open their mind and see what they think ain't really necessarily so?
These are psychological, let's say, nihilists. They're so pissed off with any kind of intellectual establishment.
That's right.
But they want to infect normal houses of thought.
Yeah.
And they're undercover. A lot of these people, they won't say I'm a flat earther right to your face. Normally, they'll push it out just in case they get a positive response, and then they've got a little an ally somewhere. But they'll crawl in and not mention the fact that they're actually an intellectual nihilist in your company. And and you get these people, they're talking about all sorts of stuff that we like and the geometries, and at the end of it,
in 1904,
they've got a flat Earth.
1904, I'm sorry, I just want to get this out, or I'll forget it. In 1904, George Woodward said he called them cross-eyed reasoners. That's perfect.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That pretty much says it all.
Carry on.
Yeah, cross-eyed.
I would like to speak on this matter.
Yeah, please do.
What I've noticed is in this, whatever you want to call it, truth or movement or whatever you want to call this, people are starting to ask questions, thankfully and rightfully so. But like you're saying, for everybody that's hunting the truth, there's somebody out there trying to gain their belief. What I've noticed is these different groups will partition themselves against each other. Say in the Bigfoot and the Paracas skulls without the sagittal suture. within those two groups, there's wars, factioning wars that are saying, oh, the unidentifiable paternal DNA must be an alien. Another one says it's a Nephilim. Another one says it's an ape. And they're fighting each other, right? And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's
Hold
not
on.
only that, they fight each other within their own ranks.
Yes. And that's like, hold on a minute.
They sabotage. Just like with me in a little microcosm, you know, Sheriff. Someone found that video and saw the opportunity to stick it to me and took it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that's
also,
like
you know, they
We
have
have
their
traitors.
bots. They have bots that you know, that's their. They have a AI, so to whatever you want to call it. That's their job, is to, you know, single out, find these things. But
Hey, don't warn me and give me a heads up. Just stick it to me when you get the chance, because you can.
Nate's gonna order some food.
People are tattletales too, man. You get traitors in every group.
yeah, that's true.
You know, they see, you know, they act like they like you, but they really hate you. Just that's that song I got. You know, I wrote Shotgun Society.
Yeah. I don't know what motivates people to do that, and there are a lot of people online who are kind of predatory. They just, well, they're antisocial.
Well, yeah, and you know what? I hate to say it, but it's not our age group. Okay, it's
No,
like
I wouldn't say I would agree with that.
it's younger.
Well-
They're younger people.
Well, we were brought up, Cindy. We were brought up that you don't dog, you know, and that you're innocent until proven guilty. Now you're guilty until you prove your innocence in so many issues in life. And so, whereas the last thing I would do, if something was on a channel that I didn't like, right, I don't go reporting it or anything. I just go, I've heard enough of that, and go on to something else.
Exactly.
You just think that's crap.
That's all I do.
Live and let live.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. It's not my thing. Actually, yeah.
What kind of a person does that, you know?
But there,
And
it's
that's
like,
the ultimate work.
what do you have? Warcraft. Yeah, you're showing
What?
all the
Oh yeah, orcs and stuff. Yeah,
orcs. Yeah.
yeah. Because that you were talking about that one time. You were talking about some movie you saw, and the people were orcs, right, or something like that.
Well, there's orcs and you know,
Hey, there's another person on. Woo! Go ahead.
who? Oh,
The crazy gamer. Yeah, right, crazy. Robot.
and look at that. I mean, these images that you're putting up here. You've
Yeah.
got that's Baphomet, I guess.
Yeah,
He's doing the you know the
that's like an ancient picture.
that the horns. You know, horns with your hands, and I mean that was the thing that, you know, when you go to a concert, that was what you did.
Yeah.
And when I learned that that's what I was doing, God stop that. I'm like,
Yeah,
shit,
I
I'm
remember
not going to do that anymore.
concerts back in the day in the 70s. I saw Aerosmith at Cobo Arena in 75. It was, I think it's the first show I ever saw. Might have been Alice Cooper, but it was something, you know, as soon as the lights went out, there was a feeling, man, and then you'd smell the weed, and you go, oh yeah, we're on tonight, you know, and you have a great time. Well, then, you know, put that in contrast. People were selling weed and drugs everywhere. In contrast, you go to a concert now, and people are taking their kids and buying them ice creams. So different now than it was before.
I haven't been to a concert in quite a long time.
I haven't either.
And I just, you know, the kind of music that I like, I still like, you know, the kind of music I like, but I'm not going to go. I've gone to concerts when I was younger and seen like old people there, and I mean, just not to put them down or anything, but it's like, well, you know, they can like the music too, whatever, but it's like, I don't know, it's just, I'm not going to go to a concert and be old. It's just not cool. It's just not cool. Yeah. I don't know. It's just not cool. But the best one that I ever saw was Marilyn Manson. Believe it or not.
Marilyn Manson.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you saw Marilyn Manson?
Oh yeah.
He must be a rocker.
Oh, he was basically naked the whole time. That's the
dope
that was
show.
the album that he was doing, and he came on with his body stock on that you could see everything.
Yeah. In the dope show.
Because he played all the songs that you liked.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't one of these things where you go and you're listening, and they start playing new music that you don't. Okay, it's cool. You have new music, but I came here because I like the music that I've heard you play. You know, it's like when they start playing their new stuff, it's that's not what I came for.
It's like that for every band. Just play your greatest hits, man. Okay, don't get funny. I went and saw Neil Young once at DTE. It's about 5,000 seater, and he was with Crazy Horse. I'm going, oh my God, this is going to be
brilliant.
We're going to hear it all. And he ends up playing every song off of his new album, and then walked out.
Oh God.
I was so pissed.
And I've got to mix it up.
He's my very favorite.
And then he came back for an encore and played Cowgirl in the Sand and then left. I didn't get to hear Rockin' in the Free World. I didn't get to hear none of that.
Oh.
And he played. Yeah, I mean,
Russ
my
Never
husband
Sleeps.
Neil Young's my very favorite. He's, I've gone to see him 3 different times, and I have walked out. Just went. This is bullshit.
I know.
And he doesn't. I mean, if he's playing, then it's acoustic. Crazy Horse, Neil Young and Crazy Horse, that was his best music. That was
Absolutely.
And everything after that, well, he had a couple of songs, but nothing I really care about.
Well, when he came out with Rockin' in the Free World, it was like a shot in the arm for rock.
Brilliant. America had finally come back with something from punk rock, which was as vibrant and energetic,
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
To make it in rock and roll, all you need are 3 chords and a garage.
Yeah. Power chords.
That, Greg, you've got 11 watching now.
Yeah. You people rock. Thank you. I love you too.
Pretty cool.
I mean, in the community page, in your
How do you see
YouTube did you put in there, hey, I'm on Rumble now?
They won't let me communicate in community when I got a strike for a week.
Well, how do people know to come and find you in Rumble?
Through Discord at the moment.
Thank God. Bless you, Discorders. I love you.
Oh, wow.
And I put it out into my Patreons and PayPalers too.
Great stuff.
There's 13 watching now.
Yeah, well.
How can you tell?
It's down the bottom of the screen.
Right under
It's in little red writing.
Oh, it's in red writing.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
Well, mine says live stream begins at 4:30. Ed.
Oh, no, yeah. Hit play. You probably got to hit play.
Probably have to refresh the page or something.
Yeah, well, hit play. Yeah, I think
I'll refresh this page.
it's like a video. Yeah, that's
that
weird.
might be it. I'll try that.
And your screen, your pictures that you put up here, I've seen them all because now they're it's going into.
Oh, it's going for the second time. All right, I'll switch that. You know what? That certain playlist though, I'm gonna do some different show for it. Got a lot of rock things that look like faces. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That rock that looks like a giant penis.
Yeah, oh yeah, I know. I've seen it. The one thing with the OBS slideshow, it keeps showing the same 10 videos or pictures.
Pictures. Oh yeah.
It don't play them all. This one plays them all, but it doesn't do any animations. That's okay. I'll just switch over to it right now. It'll be better. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, by the way.
I like you find some really good pictures.
Yeah, I'm always doing videos.
Or weird things like this is weird.
So what do they call that mountain then, Greg?
What mountain? What mountain is that?
I can see a mountain on like a big
the big penis.
Yes, a massive penis.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I know. That's crazy, isn't it?
Because there's more than one. I've seen that photo, but from a different angle. And there's more than one. There's quite a few. And what they are is they're just giant mushrooms from back in the day when everything was giant. They're just gigantic, because there's mushrooms that look like that. And that's what they are.
Man, they've got fossils of mushrooms that were 100 feet tall.
Yeah. And it's a lot of the weird looking things with the the things that look like, they look like mushrooms with the big, I don't know what you call it there, the top of them. I don't know the top of a mushroom, but the top.
Man's bits.
The head?
No, I don't think they call it that. I think they call it, I don't remember what they call it, but anyway, it looks like an umbrella.
Uh-huh.
Now look,
Well, mine don't look like an umbrella.
That. I don't know what that is.
What?
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know what you're looking at.
I don't know what that was.
A dinosaur? I don't know.
I don't know what that was. You gotta look at it. You gotta look, and I love them though. And the ones have you seen the one that's an eagle? It's like a bird or eagle with wings out.
No, I haven't seen.
Oh, it's
usually what I do is when I'm searching for pictures for videos, I build a playlist because I have to save them. And then I just end up showing those playlists that I made the video with. So obviously almost everyone, not everyone, but almost, is somewhere in a video of mine.
Well, the one picture that you first showed was, I don't know what that was.
Oh, if you see it again, let me know. I want to know what it was.
Well, if you're going to go in, if this thing's going to go into a loop like the other one did, then it was like one of the very first.
Well,
images, but
I think it ends when it's
look at that! Look at that person.
Looks like Jesus.
I truly think that there was. Oh.
Hey, that's my brother. Hey, bud, how you doing, man?
Oh my God. Well, come on.
Come on, it's handsome. Yes.
I'm protected from negative vibes. Oh.
Yes, I am. I'm artsy fart. I like.
Oh. Ah! Got a tongue. It's got a tongue.
Hey, if I order food, you want tuna sandwich?
What?
If I order food, you want tuna sandwich?
Sure, I'll have a tuna sandwich. That sounds awesome.
Tuna bun, white rye, what bread?
Oh. Whole grain. Or white. It doesn't matter.
I'll do wheat Texas, sourdough, rye, pita.
Fry.
Okay, that picture's gonna come up.
Tuna fish on rye coming up.
Oh, sounds good.
Look at that.
Yeah, there's all kinds. That's a rock formation. And it looks like a machine.
But yeah, it does.
You guys ever heard about the Baltic Sea anomaly? Have you ever heard about that? Isn't that kind of crazy? I saw the video. It's a documentary. It was pretty good. I actually have it saved.
Look at that thing.
But yeah, they found it. Went and found it. Looks just like the Millennium Falcon, and it's like black stone, but it's moldy. Great. They can't figure out what it is.
Now that's a natural structure. Nature makes straight lines in 90 degrees.
Oh,
150
Right.
yards skid mark.
Yeah, a lot of people think there was, that might be where the people who came to Earth crash landed, and that was the ship. And it's just covered in some kind of protective shit. Pardon my French.
Thing.
Oh, you're just intrigued with the pictures, huh? That's cool. You're visual. So am I.
I love the pictures. I love them.
I'm curious to see this one that caught her attention.
I know.
You guys.
I want to see it too.
I'm afraid it caught mine first. I don't know if that says anything about me, but
I do have. Someone got mad at me and sent me an email because I had dead dogs, and I didn't know they were dead. I thought they were smiling.
Well, all those are petrified or mummified
I felt really bad.
dogs from somewhere.
Didn't want to.
Someone sent you an email. They were that.
Yeah, it's an email, so I'm not going to watch you anymore because you showed that.
Oh, please.
I was not aware. I wasn't aware that it was. Okay, well, I think I got rid of it. I hope I.
Now, how can anybody not see that's an elephant with a baby elephant? Come on.
Right, that's right. It's almost like they were just encased in stone there.
It's just pareidolia. Your mind's playing tricks on you. Moving on.
Look at the tile work on the ancient
the
pillar.
nubs. That's another big thing when people are talking about the nubs.
Yeah,
And some guy
look at
thinks
that.
it's a language.
That's a nice looking skull.
Yeah,
Alien. It's like an alien.
These things, they have teeth. Some of them that you can see. I mean,
Oh yeah. Pretty good.
Mainstream academia will tell you that's metamorphic.
Right.
Check that out. Yeah, like who the hell built
real?
that son of a bitch? Yeah.
Can I ask where we're looking at all
Somebody's
this? 'Cause
just
I don't
playing
see-
games. Hey, take this, future.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid of some of these have been doctored, though.
I think that's
think?
well, some of
Yeah,
them.
Oh,
Definitely.
That takes the
That
fun.
one
Why would
hasn't.
someone do that?
That's definitely part of
Just
the
because they can.
part of the
Fuck it all up.
gear. That thing's a gear right there.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
the
Like
images where they
seen
show the
work.
mountain. I want to see the other side. Does the other side look like a guy too, or is
I don't know. That's a good
know.
question. Looks like a guy laying down. Why did they take the picture a long ways though? Why didn't they take it? I should turn that 100 or
yeah.
so
like what was that? Animal? Is that a badger? I mean, like some of them
I
are.
don't know. It looks like a badger. You're right. I see it. And there's another one of Jesus.
Yeah, that one. I've seen that before, and he's got eyelashes.
Yeah, even got eyelashes.
Bushes and things are going off of it, but no, that's just a picture.
I must have needed it for volcano.
What I keep seeing is a buddy of mine that's doing research on organic, inorganic matter. He's claims he's seeing basically remineralized organs and stuff, and well, he's looking into it, but he's not getting very much help, if you know what I mean.
Well, no, but I mean, some of these things you can't really. Who was it? Martin, Flat Earth British, that guy. I mean, he's got some really cool pictures and things, and he has some off the wall ideas, but he does find some images that are just like, where did he find these things? But he had this image, and it was just chunks of. It looked like fresh, sliced up, just chunks of meat. That's what, with some of the marbling on it and everything. I mean, and it was just whole mountainside was just chunks of meat. It looked just like meat. And then it was all these chunks were just, there's piles of them everywhere. On the backdrop, the mountain itself wasn't that. The mountain was just, a regular mountain. But it just had all these chunks. It looked like meat. It was like, where did these?
I stint in geology, where I could not. In the schoolroom, they were teaching me one thing, and out in the field, there's this father and son team that went out and excavated some coal. Well, anyway, they were finding primordial polonium. What is it? Polonium 218 or 118. But anyway, it has a half-life of 3 minutes, found in the mica and
oh my gosh,
fluorite.
Well,
Yes.
I bet that kept them warm.
Oh my,
half-life of 3 minutes.
yes, in the mica and the fluorite in the stones around it, around the coal, beneath the coal, beneath the coal. Right. So all this timeline stuff, For me, I just had to throw it out the window because there's evidence to the contrary.
Me too.
Yeah, that the coal is actually getting massively irradiated to turn it into what it is, or it has been. You know, there's been other processes involved than burying some forests and crushing it with gravity.
Right.
What?
That's a giant. Now that looks like
That's
a
fine.
pie.
It's too expensive.
That's fine.
National plan.
Okay.
What's that picture? Oh, that picture. I think that picture's going to be coming up pretty soon because I remember these, not these maps. This picture, you guys. I can't even say it. I can't even say the word.
Yeah, I gotta see it. You gotta tell me when it comes
please.
back.
Pretty funny, yeah.
I'm trying to get an invite to. Well, I was supposed to send one to Ramon, so I'm gonna put that in there.
Are there people chatting? Because I can't see anything.
Make sure I remember Ramon. He remembered me, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Paulie, Rumble ran.
I gave one
Ran,
video.
but there's no one really chatting.
I'm not gonna take it.
They're just watching.
Val
And I
MCB
wanted
said
to
tell
show
Greg
you
to
that.
text his favorite redhead LOL.
Or I can make a comment or see anybody.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah, well, I already did. Okay, he hasn't joined. Okay, well, at least he knows.
Have you guys heard about Easter Island? What's happening at Easter Island right now?
No, what's going on?
It's I guess the volcano, whatever, is starting to come back to life there, and there's there's like a 10-mile long crack running down the, I don't know exactly what side of the island it's on, but there's hot mud, just bubbling up, just coming up. It's black, dark, hot mud, and it's just steaming out and coming up and bubbling up all over the place. So that's
on Easter Island?
Yep.
Wow, because that's miles away from anywhere.
And they've had bad fires too, Paulie, because I seen something a while back where some of the locals were going crook because the authorities weren't protecting those stone men type thing, and there was something going on with some of them too. Looked like they were going to disappear.
Wow.
And what?
Yeah, that could be from that volcano that went off in the Solomons. Could be affecting that.
I don't know. But,
Someone might be wanting to steal them.
But
You could get one of them on back of a truck now, couldn't they, or on a boat? Must be worth a mint, one of those.
Down into the crack, and the people in the houses died. I mean, the houses fell into the big crack.
Wow.
Yep.
And that's an island. It's about 2,000 miles away from anywhere, isn't it?
Yep. And somebody was trying to figure out like the line, and this one person, his name was Dutch Sense or something, and he was, this guy does all earthquake things. He has this thing's about earthquakes, but he tracked the line and whatever. Well, look at that. Is that a crack in the? What is that? That's just in the snow there.
Yeah.
Yeah, similar thing.
And South, Antarctica. What do you think about all that? You think there's got to be something going on down there?
There's awful lots of stuff happening.
Yeah,
It's just they'll never tell us what it is.
I mean, it's something that
I wouldn't be that worried about it.
Hey, Neil, what's up, bub?
Hey, how are you?
Glad you joined us.
Oh, I'm glad to be here.
Oh, yeah.
Just having a good old chat.
That's like that's part of a tree or something.
What?
Can I ask where you're seeing all of this? Because I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, yeah.
On Rumble.
I'll send you the link on Rumble. Yeah, here. I'll send you the link.
That's fantastic.
I'll send it to you in Discord. Okay? Can you
Sure.
get Discord? Okay.
Okay, the picture, it looked like
Oh,
a vagina.
hit that link.
Vagina,
Neil.
and it had like what looked just like, I'm not going to call it a clitoris, but because it looked more like a penis, and it actually had what looked like a slit on the top. Where your urethra.
Jap's eye.
It looked like, but that's exactly what it looked like. And it was even the colors were kind of, it was like, oh, that's rock or what, I don't know what that was.
Man, I missed it again. I
didn't see that yet.
I'm watching it now. I thought we would. This is our very first baptism, our first live stream. So we're just kind of catching up and getting to know each other again a little bit. But I mean, like Andy and I speak all the time, but I rarely get a chance to talk to Nick or to Holly and Mary Share. So sorry.
What is that?
Moon and Venus.
Venus.
That's what I think, but I don't know. You could be right. It could be Jupiter.
Well, Jupiter's right next to it were right next to the moon last week. But
about the argument whether Venus came from Jupiter or Saturn, what do you guys think? Now there's some things that are in favor of Jupiter for to give it a second thought, and that is the red spot, of course, is just the same size as Venus. It could have came from there, and it also is perpendicularly in a straight line to Jupiter. See them together, as to where it's off with Saturn. Now it could be Saturn's baby. What do you guys think? You guys weigh in on that?
I'm just trying to make sure that my screen is caught up to what I'm looking at. I'm not sure. I see rings across the planet.
Yeah, that just passed.
Okay, so I'm a little bit behind, but otherwise.
Watcher.
Well, yeah, you should be seeing there's those. I found it. Yes, I'm sorry.
The dead dog.
Dogs' heads, dead dogs.
Okay, it's in. I gotta find. I know what playlist it's in now. I've been looking for that for the last month. I found it.
So Neil, if you go down to the bottom of there's a green line on at the bottom of Rumble.
I'm sorry, but I got rid of it. It's gone forever.
Gray line, got it.
There's a green line at the bottom, and scroll right to the right-hand side of that, and it'll bring you up to the live pictures that you can see right now.
Picture folly. I thought they were smiling. I didn't know they were dead.
But they're mummified dogs. I mean.
Well,
now it says effects of stress.
Well, I can't.
And now there's a picture of the eye of whatever.
Picture behind.
Her name's Barb, and she's really sweet. She's been very nice to me. She's donated to the channel. She's nice, and she just told me flat out that it bothered her. So I don't want to ever bother anybody. So I got it out. I got it out of the video.
A green line?
Yeah, I mean,
I couldn't find it in my playlist until just now.
Yeah.
Now there's a hand coming out of the ground.
There is. Yes. You're there.
Okay, I'm there. Okay.
But I understand.
Now it's a boat.
That's a boat.
Neil, it
Well,
does
Chinese
seem to
jump.
be live.
Huh?
It does seem to be live, not like YouTube where you're 30 seconds behind.
Yeah,
it does seem pretty good.
No, it has a lag. There's a lag because the picture I'm looking at right now is that Egyptian goddess that looks like a dog. Or it looks like a jackal.
No,
I'm not there yet.
Let's see how long before that comes
like
up.
A pile of bones. I'm not sure.
I haven't got that yet.
Egyptian jackal.
Everybody's
all right.
No, those are old bones that were thrown away. There's the jackal. So that's how long.
Jackal now.
Yeah. 15 seconds.
Okay, so Greg.
Yeah.
The theory of is it Saturn or is it Jupiter?
Yeah.
Right. So where are we up to with that?
Well, I just, I lean towards the Jupiter side, and I know that Neil may have a different opinion, and I'd like to hear it because, I need to weigh it,
I'm not even sure where I stepped in halfway, so I stepped in at the mushrooms.
Well, I said
I wanted to go, but
where do you fall on the argument that Venus came from Jupiter versus Saturn? I know it doesn't matter, and we'll never.
Well, I'm kind of of the opinion that one came from both.
Yeah.
Well, I remember someone having a long discussion. We were at a convention down in Phoenix or something, and we were having a discussion specifically about this topic. And I don't know if it was Wall or Dave, or we were going back and forth. And then there was someone had said, well, doesn't Titan share the exact same chemistry as Venus? Well, technically, yes. And it's very similar to Saturn and Jupiter. It's like, because they have they according to their like combos, we'll call it combos. And I wrote down a while ago, this brought up the discussion of how planets were born and whether or not you could use their current situation and environment to determine their parentage. And so this got us on the debate on what we would need to see on Titan and Venus to recognize that they came and were born during the same event.
Yeah, like, that's logical way of approaching the situation.
That's an interesting point of view, yes.
Well, the atmospheres would have to be, like, especially if you were literally grabbed out of the surface of one of those bodies and thrown into space and shaved circular, the result of that would be, I mean, all the debris and very, 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 very tiny molecules would be ripped until there's only one left, and that would then consist of the atmosphere of those two bodies.
How can a planet emerge from another planet? How can that happen?
Well, it happens it happens in science actually all the time, but it usually happens at a very, very, very small level.
Learn shear set flex
an arc welder does it, but long story short, if you have I'm going to just talk about things in metal spheres, so I'll be really quick. So here's the metal sphere, and I increase its potential, electrical potential, and it becomes a capacitor then. There's a core in the middle, which is positive, and a surface on the outside, which is negative. And if I turn it up more, it will begin to glow. Dark mode first, then into glow mode. You'll get, if it happens to have a magnetic field, it will therefore glow at more points than the other, around the poles, and the disk around the middle. That's the homopolar motor effect of electricity. Not important at the moment. And then the body would continue to get stress. Now, and when it stresses, it will begin to glow. Not just because the surface is melting or whatever, but simply because it needs to process all the electrons that are going through this now circuit. At a certain point, if we keep pumping up the current, it goes through all the stages we see in regular stellar masses. Basically, it goes like red, then yellow, then so on, and it goes all the way up to bright blue or bluish white. Now, at that point, we'll say, theoretically, that it can take no more stress. This is the maximum amount of stress that it can take. The positive core is now getting within miles or inches or centimeters or millimeters, depending on the size of the ball, from the surface. But they cannot touch because they're repelled. You know, like there's a surface between them, and they're not going to move. They're attracted. They can't get any closer. Then someone says, please increase that a little bit more. And it can't. So the positive core touches the negative surface, and it blows it to smithereens. Now, the usual effect of that in not space, like we see this on in meteorites that come in, like in Russia, for example, when they came in 2013, it just came in and then it shotgunned. It just exploded into a ball of little tiny balls. Now, that's what happened. Basically, as it gets further and further and closer to the Earth's potential, it attracted more and more negative electrons to its surface. Eventually, one of them touched a high point with the positive, and it blew to pieces. Now, because what it wants to do is it wants to increase its surface area to process more electrons. That's what I mean by blow to pieces. It wants to process these electrons. It has to. It doesn't have enough surface. It must therefore explode into different ones. Or is something so big, they combine and basically the surface crunches up and pulls another sphere right out of it. And sometimes you see the barbell like asteroids.
I get it. I understand. I get it now.
Now, can I ask a question, Neil?
Wouldn't Jupiter or Saturn they would have to have been a sun to be that hot.
There's no heat
Right.
involved. It could be cold and do this.
Oh,
Now, can I ask a question? This is like exfoliating a shell. Would it be a shell that blows off, or a patch like the spot on
Wherever they touch. So I would think, being of sound mind, that the two bodies, according to the histories that I know them of the Clash of the Titans, with the little skeletons running around, that one. You watch this, the Clash of the Titans movie. It's very funny. Perseus, all this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, the point is that the two bodies, Jupiter, we were underneath them. Two bodies almost collide. They could have tried to collide. It could have been heading straight for it, but they will never do that. They're charged bodies. They can't collide. They will basically bounce off each other like balls. They would destroy the surfaces of both bodies, but the point is that if these two balls came close together, the potential point would be formed between them. So you have a positive and a positive. A negative point would form between them. That will become larger and larger, become the channel in which this discharge is about to occur. And then it will focus, the negative charges will be stronger on the surface at that point. So these are not stellar or fissioning like I just described where they shotgun. This is very similar, but what they do is they are basically have a potential point on each surface, and that point will start shooting matter out from the core. Yeah. It will travel down like basically two giant tornadoes heading to each planet. But of course, still Birkeland currents in space, But this, then they will collide into each other, and these will basically be coalesced into a body. Now, the interesting thing is that I think that this is how the Earth was formed. If you look at the way the Earth works, that it seems to be, according to even in the 1800s, it was a collection of segments that you could see the ring of fire on the surface, and they were using that and then saying, well, how deep do these go? If we follow them down, do they sort of make a 3D puzzle that the Earth would be collections of these 3D puzzles? If you happen to see one of those stones of Costa Rica type looks, you'll see some of them have that structure where they have a squished piece of, almost looks like a piece of brick stuck in there with iron all the way around the rim, and that iron goes all the way through it. I think that's the exact opposite that the way the Earth was worked. The Earth was iron with silica, basically a bunch of iron-coated silica balls were there in this mass between the two worlds, or whatever caused the Earth to form. And then, as Wall had said, you can get another pulse through that current, like let's say the lightning bolt strikes again, so it strikes the same spot like 16 times. Well, in one of those things, it grabbed all these balls together and crushed them together and turned them into a new planet. And that leaves a lot of space in the middle where it never cooled down. It also leaves an opening where things could spool up in response to the electric field of the Earth spinning. So almost all of the mechanisms that we require for the Earth to be satisfied would be satisfied by that model. It would also explain why the ridges are on fire, because they're boundary lines between other potentials.
Right.
Anyway, it's just a thought.
Yeah, Paulie.
Well, that looks like a man. I don't know what that is.
It's not an umbrella.
I don't know. There's a dolmen thing.
Well, it's not. The penis thing is not actually a really big, strange thing when you think about it. I mean, what else is that going to be sticking out of the North Pole or South Pole? If they're going to be like, no, that's the Earth's dick. How do you know? Well, it sometimes shoots white stuff. Oh, okay. Like, there's no. No, I'm not kidding. The semen of Jupiter was supposed to be bright white. And it came in, and I can't believe I'm saying this, came in little thunderbolt-shaped sperm that traveled in little things towards the, and this is when it crossed the belt, the
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what it said. It shot to all these things as it went through. And as such, you can see it. And you can see that the trouble is these plasmoids, if they were occurring at centimeter scale, would be and over. You would never be able to see any of this. It'd be like watching one of Electric Universe's Eyes video where you just see him touch the thing and the clay square just vaporizes. He's like, see, it disappeared. I go,
well, interestingly enough, Venus was meant to be born from the sperm of Saturn, which was like a form. And so that's another.
We also have to understand that we might not be right. Like there's a period of time when we were right. Like Saturn, I'm sure, is still Saturn because the description of both is the same. Jupiter is still Jupiter because the description of both is the same, or at least the description of it and the magnetic field that we currently see now are very similar. Now, this doesn't mean that we name Neptune, Uranus, or Pluto, or which we didn't. Obviously, Pluto is not Pluto. Pluto is not Hades because we found Pluto in 1936. We have no friggin' idea where it came from. And we just went, you're Pluto. Why? It's dark out there. Okay? And that's it. That's it. It's over. Like, we just basically started naming things for what we thought was cool. Like, from the history. This sort of reminds me of this myth. Okay. And they put this together. So, for example, the Venus of history could be Titan. That's what I'm saying. There's no evidence that I've gotten this right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there is once Venus fell towards the Earth, towards the closer to the sun, or we travel away, and the long tail of Venus, and from that point forward, Venus is always Venus because we've always seen it. We know exactly where it is. But during the chaos of the quote-unquote God's battle, I mean, there's plasma up in the sky making these little tiny balls throw off flames that are 10, 20, 30, 100 times bigger than they are. So they look like things with arms and legs and stuff like that. They didn't quite look like like just balls. You know, the throne that Jupiter sat on with his giant wings was just the southern exposure of its pole coming out and glowing red, and then the wings were the top point of its magnetic field spreading out. That's it. The ball in the middle, a little tiny ball, you could barely friggin' see. But if I could see the entire structure of the magnetic field of Jupiter now, it would cover 1/4 of the friggin' sky. Like, you would just look up and go, yeah, that's God. That's what I would say. And if you argued with me, I'd argue with you. Like, I mean, if I was a primitive man, I mean, I walked up and see a giant man on a throne, he's God, clearly. I mean, who am I to argue?
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, it strikes me that at some point the planets were much closer, much more visible.
We discussed that, actually, and yeah. Like, you've heard of LaPointe. We had a discussion, or Greg and I had the discussion, and LaPointe has that wonderful description of he uses these magnetic balls to sort of, or bowls to sort of create the shape of a galaxy using that hourglass shape, if you know what I mean. Well, anyway, one of the cool effects was when he pulled the balls apart, or when he pulled the bowls from each other. He had a piece of plexiglass in the middle, and there were a bunch of balls magnets interspersed, but they were basically at their own distances from this sphere, right? As soon as he picked up the sphere and moved them apart, the bowls, and moved them apart, the magnetic field, which was controlling all of these spheres, made them all spread apart. So by lowering the current, you could technically move the magnetic balls further apart. If that is true, then we could all have been orbiting much closer to the sun, and then suddenly the current reduced, and we all just floated away.
Right.
Like, there's nothing to say that didn't happen, because that does happen. Now, there's a problem, however. The small problem is Mars. Mars doesn't have a magnetic field. So there's nothing that's going to move it around. It reminds me of a concretion that's been shaved as opposed to a geode that has poles.
Has it got no charge at all then, Mars?
it looks like the surface of the planet that was sort of cut, like a silica that was just cut off and shaved. I don't know the inside. I do know, however, that it has crustal surface magnetism, but not a global magnetic field. This is one of the reasons why I say
Has to have
the trip to Mars may be the most expensive coffin we ever built.
I think there's people
Because I guarantee you the stuff you start growing in an electric field, if Sheldrake is right, then if Dr. Rupert Sheldrake is right, then whatever grows in those fields is going to grow differently than they do on Earth, because they're not in our field. That influences the way it grows. And
well, I'd agree with that.
I'd be a little bit scared about children.
Well,
I'm not trying to freak out. I just mean like, I'd be like, that would be horrifying to go to Mars, think you're breeding, you've been there for 3 years, blah, 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 you have a baby. You're the only one that could have a baby. The rest of them were, you know, whatever. And it comes out not looking quite right. But intelligent.
To live on Mars.
Well, I don't think that we were made to live anywhere else than here.
I don't.
I mean, there is some possibilities. I like the, I've heard some interesting, what was that gentleman's name? The gentleman who's, although I think of him as somewhat of a little bit of a crazy person sometimes, because he can be very animated. He's the gentleman who's discussed the weight problems with dinosaurs in Japan. And I can't remember his name off the top, but he also does the Ganymede hypothesis.
Ted.
Ted, thank you. Yeah. I call him a little crazy, but I'm a friend. Anyway, but I can't argue with his thesis with regards to the dinosaur weight problem. Literally all of his issues were in Jurassic Park. Like, if you watch Jurassic Park and the new Jurassic Park movies, all of them are keeping with the quote-unquote science that they discovered at the time. And going with current theories and models at the time. That's why the brontosauruses weren't in water. You know, like, because we said, well, we knew they didn't walk in water by the 1980s.
I made a comment one time about it, and let's just say that the dinosaurs, they didn't have, you know, internal parts that, you know, help the blood flow, like, you know, like giraffes. I mean, they have.
Oh yeah, that could.
Pressure. I mean, what's to say they don't know what their internal organs were like? How, you know, what's to say that they didn't have special organs to pump keep the pressure, blood pressure?
That could be the case, but as an engineer, and I'm just speaking from this point of view, there is no possibility of a 70-ton land animal not immediately breaking its legs and having its guts fall to the ground. There's nothing that's going to hold that in. It's way too much weight. And all of this is fixed under less gravity. Like, one of the things that really popped up, and I remember this, I know you probably remember this, Greg. Any of you who are older than the 1980s might remember this. Remember when they said that dinosaurs ran at a certain speed, and that is why the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the movie was running at 35 miles an hour, because they found footprints that showed the spacing and said how far they had to be apart. And that's how fast it had to be running. And of course, all that's gone now. You can't find it. I've looked for it. The only place I could find it is in an actual encyclopedia that I own. And so I can't find it online anywhere. If I look up dinosaur speed, blah, 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 it always now is 11 for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Why? Because according to its weight, it couldn't possibly move any faster. So then what happened to all the evidence with all the footprints? What evidence? I'm sorry, I don't hear that. What? Yeah. They're all gone. She's gone. I'm like, wait a second. And of course, this is my first experience with this in real life. I've heard of the stories of, let's get rid of the ideas of giants and just erase it from history. Okay. Now, I've heard of that. And it doesn't take much to see that the people, at least from the 1800s, certainly believe that there were giants. I mean, it's written every time you find a newspaper. You can go into Google, type in newspaper article, old giants. There'll be like 1 million. Yeah. And they're all just pictures of newspaper clippings. So as to what I can infer from that, I can only say that it implies variable gravity. It implies variable gravity that can change relatively quickly. Not so much maybe that we can notice it over a human lifetime, or two, but it's quite possible. It could also explain those cool Indian temples, those ones that are a giant rock that fell to earth. It looks like that. It looks like that giant rock fell to earth, and they built a temple on top of it, a whole castle on top of the damn thing, and made the front feet look like lions.
Oh,
The whole, and there's these stairwells that lead up to it that are friggin' 8 inches across. Like that's all you have, and then you're dead. Like if you take a wrong step.
Yeah, Sri Lanka, yeah.
Thank you. I keep thinking to myself, if you built that during the time of quote unquote Mega Man or the giant animals that lived 10,000 years ago, I will use air quotes. Well, if the gravity was less, falling at 1/3 gravity to the ground is not going to kill me, even from that height.
True.
I could possibly live. I'll hit the ground less. I'll hit the ground less hard. I'll have less inertia. All of these things had to be controlled by the electric field. It's very interesting. And of course, it makes a lot of sense why they could do certain things that we couldn't. It could also explain if it affects such things intrinsically as gravity. If charge affects things like gravity, we could expect certain things to happen just like we do heat. Like if you turn up the heat, you excite the molecules, right? Okay, you turn it up a little bit more and it turns into this. Turn it up a little more, it turns into this. Well, if you do that with metal, you know that metal has certain properties at certain temperatures. Other times it has different properties. You could turn a superconductor into a ball of slag and then into by using it at another temperature, it's perfect for radio transmitters or something. We just have to keep it at like 80 degrees. Well, these are properties currently of material that's on the Earth, given our current electric fields. One of the things that would have destroyed all technology is not, if there was a golden age, is not just the idea that the past, that it's just so long ago that things are destroyed and the knowledge is gone. But the principles in which physics were even developed changed. So imagine that metal for them, oh yeah, we make copper swords. Well, yeah, but copper can't resist anything. What are you talking about? Copper is the sharpest metal that's ever been invented. They're like, no. Yeah, see, Seb, it doesn't break, it doesn't do it. Well, how can that happen? I don't know. We just build it and it works that way because that's the current intrinsic property of the material in that electrical environment. So it's quite possible to imagine stronger steel or stronger muscles or stronger bones or whatever, depending on the electric field, which could also explain why they can do so much cool stuff with their primitive materials to this hard rock. Because also the rocks themselves would change properties. Like, that's granite, that's hard as granite. Well, yes, but we have an electric field put across it that makes it more malleable. Right. Or whatever. Like I'm just spinning, but.
No, I mean I think that's a great idea.
Unfortunately, it leads to basically go, we can't possibly know because it was all different, and I don't like that answer. I like to deduce things. I like to figure it out. And those mushrooms, for example, I wish they could talk because I'm sure there's a few of them underground that are still alive today going, yeah, I was there. It was messy. I saw all these little people running all over me and then going, it's hot.
Well, okay, I have a question. What do you think's in the Antarctic? What do you think's going on there?
The what?
In the Antarctic, we can't go there. Nobody can go there. It's,
You can go there. There's tourist trips.
Really, I mean, you can't really.
Admittedly, the stuff that they sell there kind of came on the same ship that you're on, but yeah.
I'm saying it's very limited, access, and it's kind of a thing where, they don't tell us what's going on there.
I would say, besides the bottom of the ocean, is the last uncharted landmass. It's giant. It's a giant desert. Most importantly, snow only falls around the edges, which is very interesting. Snow only falls around the edges of the North Pole too. To me, if what happened on the North Pole happened on the South Pole during the, again, golden times or purple dawn, we'll just leave that in the vagueness, then as we knew, the snow, the water was vaporized from the North Pole, came down and started raining down along the clip around the edge of this, and of course it started snowing and snowing and snowing and snowing and snowing and built up the ice ages. And of course that's why the water was so fresh and why you could get right close to it. You know, you can get right up to it. It was like snow and death, and then on the other side, green pastures of wildflowers. You know, like, because the sun was hitting those, and the 24 hours a day, and the sun was not hitting the stuff underneath the occlusion of that plasma and snow and so forth. Now, that put together, the South Pole, being not a divot but a bump, would also be accumulating matter, usually, just like the North Pole, South Pole, Mars type stuff, but that in the past. But it would be just like the edges of it. It would be covered in snow, which it is, but the middle should be dry, which it is. So I would say that considering that the center of it would be, instead of pulling material up like it did from the North Pole, it would be pulling material together over the South Pole to make that pillar. And possibly, I could be wrong on the exact mechanics of this, but the material that would be raining down on that area or whatever, it wouldn't, you know, could be very rich in volcanic ash or anything, and it would be constantly lit by the plasmoid above it, even though it was in darkness most of the time, technically, because the plasmoid above it, being the weird man, would have that glowing head. And of course we see the depictions just from of the dream time in Australia, and how the stuff came to Earth, like it was just like flowing over the Earth. You could see the currents traveling. Well, and in the sky just above your head. My thoughts are, the reason that goes down so far compared to what it did in the North Pole, because the North Pole, it only went down so far, is because the South Pole, even today, is stronger than the North. So just like it is on Jupiter. So in that sense then, and also probably positive rather than negative. So it went, so the spread out further down. So basically the sky came down and was just basically like a bowl was encapsulating the southern part all the way to Australia, around there, but there would have been a hole in the middle of it. If you could live there, it would be great. Like you would have constant sunlight overhead, and there would be no storms, but like a tornado in all directions around you, but you're fine.
Right.
Like a hurricane in all directions around you, continent-wide hurricane, but in the middle would be Antarctica. And it's quite possible the reason that there's such weird rocks there, like with just jutting up and then suddenly having a straight wall and everything like that, is because it's filled with deposition, and this deposition gets molded by the turbulent winds on the outside, but not as much in the middle. This is the exact opposite we get in the North Pole, where you get the hatches. You know, you get cross hatches where you get something crossing one direction and then a river crossing another direction. On Baffin Island, for example, you just see this cross hatching everywhere. And it's very interesting to imagine what that is, how I could envision it. So there's nothing to tell me that nothing was there. And the trouble is, I don't know how long it sort of rained down debris, if people were there when they left. And we know that they can live through this easily. It happens in Iceland all the time. Ash falls down. Doesn't even take 1 year before the plants are sticking right up through it. So it's it's not impossible to live in a place where ash is falling, and turning it into fertile land.
I've heard that you can pick up a lot of meteorites quite easily in Antarctica. So I think.
Well, because it's white and they're dark, yeah.
Yeah, well, it seems to me there's a lot of particulate matter coming in from outer space and hitting the poles. What do you think? I suppose they'd have a preference to go into the South Pole if it's stronger that pole. But then, of course, with the pole shifts,
well, we do know that happened, yeah. Yeah, at least the polarity. I'm not a fearmonger with regards to that, though. So I know some people really have a whole thing like the world is going to end, and I'm like, the magnetic fields that are generating the protective barrier could completely collapse right now, and we still have 2 meters of water shielding from the atmosphere alone. So, no, we're not going to die, and the magnetic fields will never turn off. What they do will change direction. They won't stop. The currents that power them are still going in the same direction. The magnetic field is going in a different direction.
Right.
Like, basically, if you started to get more current on the North Pole than the South, it would change weather patterns, things would change. There would be a point, maybe for a little while, where the overall magnetic field of the Earth could not be measured. And the reason that, like, we think of the Earth as having a overall magnetic field, but it doesn't. It has a bunch of magnetic fields that are conflicting with each other with EMF and counter EMF, counter-magnetic force, everything like that. There's current coming in the south, current coming in the north, going out along the elliptic, and all the time they're arguing with each other, we'll say. They know each other's there, and you're saying, oh, you want me to go this way? Well, I'm going to go this way. And they're going to form tubes and everything else as we see in the atmosphere and so forth, bring currents. But as to all, like, none of that's going to stop. The jet stream's not going to stop. None of that. It would slow down a bit for a second, but it won't stop. And as soon as it starts going in the other direction, it will continue. Like, the magnetic field will just spark. The overall magnetic field will therefore get wiggly for a second around the poles, and it will sort of be indeterminate, and then it will point south. It's the overall field that's making that needle move, because the needle's going, what's the combination of vectors of all the magnetic fields in the entire planet? This way. Okay. That's all it is. That's why it responds to much closer magnetic fields. If we could be near a volcano or other events where this stuff is more active, even the northern lights, we can see the fluctuations in our compass. Anyway, sorry about that. Just thought.
No, I'm listening.
I just don't want people to think that, well, every single time there was an Earth magnetic flip that the animals all freaked out and went, no. Right. They didn't even notice.
You would think the Earth did turn over once, though, correct?
I honestly don't know. My idea of the Earth flipping is low. No, it's only because it's a gyroscopic mass. It doesn't really. I know the video of the thing that they kept quiet there, of the bolt that kept flipping directions in space, and that became a secret that the cosmonauts wouldn't reveal because they thought the Earth could do this at any time, and then they started doing the weight of the ice. Could this do it? Could this do it? Could this do it? And
it had to be electromagnetic, correct?
No, it's a kinetic effect.
It's a kinetic effect, yeah. It's actually what happens is that you can't spin it perfectly. That's the key. So when you let go of it and start spinning it, it spins and spins and spins and spins and spins until that torque of its slight twist hits a certain point in which it goes, this is too much weight to one side, and flips. And that's it. That's all it does. And we certainly do not have enough mass to do that, nor will the planet want to do that. And if it did, I swear to God, the stuff that would go flying would be amazing, because that would be a very quick effect. Like, there'd be water from the oceans flying into space.
Yeah.
Like, there'd be nothing left of us. Anyway, sorry, I didn't interrupt.
That would be crazy.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, that's why it just seems incredulous because the reason it works so well with a bolt is because there's nothing flying off a bolt. But when you start realizing what you'd have to project by moving so fast, you're saying, hey, water, get the F out of the way. This is a land coming here. It's going to shoot it up into space. And everybody that's on there is going to go, what's going, oh shit. And we're all going to go one side. Like, that's assuming that, we are not, it's not somehow inside of some sort of angle of incidence in which we are then caught in. Like, when you travel through space, you always think you're going in a straight line. You can't feel any motion, left or right. The only way that will tell you that you're moving is if your gyroscope tells you you're moving. But other than that, if you capture a gravitational field or even electric field on your metal craft, you won't feel the turn, but it will be turning. You'll just float right along and think you're going in a straight line until you look up and go, that's not the star I was heading for.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no, like, when you're falling to your death, you think, this is cool. Like, there's no force exerted upon you. You're just floating.
Neil,
except for the wind. I guess. Sorry.
Well, yeah, but you gave me this thought. If we were ever to be able to travel to the stars, and maybe we can already, but let's say if we do, how the hell are they not going to get lost? I mean, the Earth is moving at, like, how fast is the solar system plowing through space?
Someone else asked me this question for a different
60,000 miles an hour or something. It's not going to be where it was when you left.
That's for sure.
So I wonder how to deal with that.
I was thinking, anyway, you might know of this gentleman named Howard Lippmann.
No.
Anyway, he's an author. He wrote the stuff about the Antikythera mechanism and a bunch of stuff regarding space and time and ancient stories about, like, he speaks from the point of immortals that were embodying Greeks and then traveling through the universe. You know what I mean? Or like traveling through time, sorry. And then they end up in his last book, they're on Mars. And they're several hundred years in the future. And what they're currently doing is taking a picture of the sky. Now, my thoughts were this, to describe this problem that you just described. How do we navigate in space? The first navigators of space will likely be sails, and they will travel the rivers between the planets. They'll travel the pipe, the chimney, and sail it, like right along the edge like the stars do.
Mm-hmm.
And travel up these chimneys. Now, how would you do that? The only way you could really do that is if you can see them, and we can't. Unless we took incredibly long duration photographs. So I said, well, imagine you're on Mars, right? You pointed at the North Pole of Mars. So it's pointing at the same star, right? So here we're going around this thing, doing its thing, and you just keep it there for 200 years, looking and gathering information from the faintest it possibly can. And then when you're done, you take up all the bright parts of light, which where the stars are gone, and you just have the tubes that are connecting them. And that's what you would use to travel. So if I want to sail to Sirius, I can, but I can't sail to the Pleiades, even though they're closer, because I would be crossing that river. I don't know how. I don't have the technology to do that.
Yes, I see what. Yeah, that makes sense. Really,
we could travel along it easier than we could travel through it.
Yeah, isn't the Giza Strip some kind of a mock-up of the Milky Way, with the Nile being in the way?
I don't know. I feel bad saying this in this context, but it's quite possible that all ancient buildings were done that way, including the ones in Mesoamerica. Because the reason that the Mesoamericans ones were found by that Canadian kid that was 12 years old,
I didn't know.
Is because he studied star charts. And he said, well, all the stars line up perfectly here. And he was obviously very much into the Giza thing. So he looked at the Orion's belt over there, if that's the case, and then just went ahead and extrapolated all the stars across the sky and then they all
Robert Duvall.
Well, this is just a kid. He might have taken Robert Duvall's work. I don't know.
Star map.
I'm not trying to say that he did this and he's the first. I'm saying this is generally what he did. Anyway,
that's pretty genius.
Well, he might have got Robert Duvall's book. I have been saying, I know how to do this now.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. The point is that because of his either connections to the university or whatever, or just his thesis, he basically said, okay, these Mesoamerican cities that we know of represents these stars. There's one star here in this basin that no city is marking. Can you do a LiDAR test of that area? And he found a city that apparently populated with over 3 million people. It's the largest in all of Mesoamerica. It could have been the capital.
Yeah, there are star maps all over Wales as well, ancient star maps. Even the mountains are star maps, amazingly. And where there isn't a mountain, they've put a massive big burial chamber or something like that.
Or yeah, I have no doubt. And anybody who has studied this has to know there's connections between these places. Like, I mean, even the Oak Island fucking mystery, woo on TV.
Yes.
I mean, people go, well, I mean, you don't know where that is, but to me, that's 3 hours away. Like, it's right there.
Oak
anyway,
Island. Isn't that where the treasure,
supposedly, but that's not that wasn't the important part. Well, no, they found 2 Roman swords. So yeah, they fucking found something. They were 200 feet deep. They found 2 Roman swords.
That's crazy.
Gladiuses.
Wow.
Which implied very strongly, and the first thing they thought was a lead from France that was carried by the Templars. They realized this actually might be a Phoenician deity.
Gladius, is that Roman or Greek?
Roman.
Excuse me. Point of order. The gladium was adopted by the Roman army. It was originally a Celtic weapon used in France.
That was the name of the.
That could make perfect sense too. But anyway, I don't want to go into all of the connections there, but clearly there's some connection between the New and Old World that was somehow, at least low-key, transmitted. And that was probably what America told Columbus and said, hey, do this. Anyway, but one of the things that is very similar, even though on one continent in North America, they're called root cellars. And over here in Britain, they're called ancient dolmens. Why? Not only why are they so perfectly identical, but why? I mean, some of them are clearly bunkers. Like, I mean, you climb inside them. Like, your animals can all die, but your family's going to be fine from this giant lightning storm that's hitting the area. And it seems to be in areas which people travel. It's just, I always wondered about that. Like, how much more connection is there, and how much of this has always been, quote unquote, kept in the dark? Not because of evil. I'm not ahead of that, of the evil, like they're evil, the Smithsonian. I just think that they're, I'll attribute it to human stupidity in the sense that, and arrogance, or perhaps maybe avarice, going something along the lines of, well, I can't have this here. This will interfere with my stuff, my PhD, and this can't be. This violates my theories. I have a slow.
I see the dolmen as being a place of excarnation, where the corpse
throw a body up and.
Yeah, the corpse is taken up by the birds or whatever. I'm
not against any of these ideas. In fact, it's quite possible they were used like that after they were no longer.
Yes. Yes.
Because they're still holy places, right? I mean, lightning.
They still are, yeah.
Some of the ideas that made me think about that is, like, electrically speaking, if you have a bedrock on top of a hill and then you put 3 rocks around it at 120 degrees from each other, and then you put a giant rock on top of that one, you now have, as soon as the sky begins to charge, this rock will charge. There will also be a negative point underneath the 3 rocks, between 3 rocks and the bottom. So that will be negative. The surface will be positive, negative, positive for the rock again, and then negative above it, which would travel upwards away from it. and decrease as for distance. I think you know of some of these. I wrote to Sam Aldenkirk guy from the Bosnian Period stuff, and he went out and measured he went and measured the tops of the Bosnian pyramids and said, you won't find any. I told him, you won't find anything right at the top. You have to take a stick, put it on a pole, and take that lead and stick it up into the air. That's where you're going to start finding the current.
Sam Osmanovich.
Yeah, right. Now so I wrote to him and I told him that, and that is why you see him doing that to test to see if they're real pyramids. I feel very. I told him I didn't need any credit, because I just like telling people shit. Go do it.
Apparently, this Kirillov photography can pick this up, but it's a technique that not a lot of people know how to use just yet.
Oh, it's kind of weird. I saw it in 1986 when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's kind of mysterious.
It was. It blew my mind when I was a kid, I'll tell you that. But then again, I thought the big giant laser was cooler, but whatever. I was a kid.
What do they use to produce those images? Any idea with that sort of imagery?
Well, there's been lots of talk about why they occur. Someone said, "Oh, it's fake." Someone said, "Oh, it's chemicals that are coming off that's affecting the paper." The trouble is that just as you see in the front of the X-Files, that picture of that hand. Well, that hand is actually a famous picture taken by someone of a woman who was going through a pregnancy or something, and they were using Kirlian photography to see how her body changed over the course of her pregnancy, like stuff like that. So, as to it basically just involves charges and the quote-unquote aura around every body that exists. Like, when I say the charges come around the bolide that's entering the atmosphere, well, that's happening to us right now. There's a charge layer around us, and every single one of our organs inside of our body has a charge layer around it. And all of the neurons in our head has a charge layer around it. So in actuality, there's nothing about us that's not charged, number one. And number two, we have a field, albeit small. This is where Sheldrake pops in with the whole, can these fields talk? You know, sure, deal with that, Sheldrake. I'm following you, but I'm not, that's not my expertise. I'll listen though. But when it comes down to this field, we could possibly be all like radio antennas. And when the thing was higher up, like the energy was stronger, these fields would be bigger, which might have made us grow bigger. You know, like tons of stuff could have happened. That's what could have been the cause of megafauna right there. Just charge and our organs going, I need more room. Do you have food? We have food? More room is good. And it just, but I don't know, of course. We live in that ambiguity, but there's nothing to say that this connection between these forces, this whole thing, we're all wrapped together. I mean, if you think of the Earth, it has an atmosphere around it. We live in that barrier, and if you're outside in space, you live in the sun's barrier, and if you're outside in space beyond the sun, you live in the global or the chimneys barrier. And if you're outside of that, you're in the arms barrier. If you're outside of that, you're in the galactic barrier. You're outside the galaxy, and that just keeps going up as fields within fields within fields within fields. This, of course, runs great credence to the idea, let's go to another planet in another field and start planting food or making babies. No one has a clue what's going to happen. We can't change that field on Earth. I mean, apparently we can shield ourselves from it, but apparently if we do that for any length more than like 2 hours, we go completely nuts. And you can look up that too, like shielding the EMF from the EMF field from people, the Earth.
But apparently the left side of the brain loses mass at an alarming rate when you're away from the Schumann resonances. The astronauts have actually had pretty bad brain damage.
I never heard of that.
Yes, I've heard they've lost like 20% of their brain mass on the left-hand side.
Well, they're still in the Schumann resonance.
Yeah.
They're not that. It's weaker. It's weaker outside of the field is basically really concentrated between the ground, a little bit below the ground, and about 10 miles or so, and that's where the concentration, the biosphere, but the ionosphere is resonating it downwards. So technically, if you're above the ionosphere, you're still close, but we travel at, instead of the ionosphere is at 50 kilometers, we're never more than 50 kilometers away from that field. And of course, in the past, that field would be closer to us, because if I'm right, then if you charge that, it brings the field closer together, right? So the ionosphere would enter into the atmosphere, and let's say at 5 miles in height or something. Like, you'd see the sky looking just beautiful, I'm sure.
Well, maybe of course there's a variety of Schumann resonances, and maybe just some of them are more essential than others, maybe for your brain function or whatever. Right.
It could also be that we could solve this problem by bringing Schumann generators.
Yes, I'd agree with that. The
whole place would have to be filled with antennas. Oh, wait, no. We could make them out of stone. They last longer. We can make them out of square stone and put markers on them indicating when we put them down so that we'll know, right? And we can make them very tall. We can make them, and we'll call them stellae, and we'll put them all over Mars.
Yeah. I think.
Sorry, I'm just thinking immediately what that entails.
The problem is that to make a Schumann generator is like I think it's like generating the aura that comes off a human being, or you can kind of simulate maybe two-dimensional pictures of it, but the actual essence of it, maybe that's something else that is right. Essential for us,
Right. But I'm thinking about how a record makes sound. It has two magnets, one going up and down, the other one going left and right. They don't interfere with each other because they're at right angles. So these two magnetic fields do not interact. But if you push the needle up or down, it affects one. And if you move it left and right, it produces two, and that gives you your stereo sound. Now, with that, the Schumann resonance is only 7.83 hertz. That's just below the realm of human hearing. That wouldn't be hard for a speaker to make. And if you made magnetic fields using those type of speakers and put them at right angles, you'd cover quite a bit of area, I'm sure. But I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, how would I solve that problem?
Yeah. I mean, it's data like that we just don't know anything about. I mean, I've heard a report. I've heard this on a report, but it's only a very kind of recent thing that I've heard anything of this nature. And of course, again, the Schumann resonance. There's one at 7.8. There's one at 11. One at 15. I think. I don't know, but there are a number of them.
The sun has a Schumann resonance, but it takes 11 years to go through a cycle.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is,
I don't know. What else has 11-year cycle?
Yeah.
The sun.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But which are the ones that are essential for the human brain is what I'm saying. I don't know.
Well, as much as I hate to say it, we might have to put a lot of animals inside an EMF shielding cage from the field of the Earth, and then try to keep them alive. As gross as that is.
Well, I think people will pay to go there, won't they?
Well, no,
Elon Musk ran. There's going to be a million people who want to get on it.
That's totally fine. But the first time it goes and they all die, they're going to rethink it, and it's going to stop everything. And this re-examination will probably be the best thing for the electric universe I have ever seen. I hate to say it, but it's like, if we can't, it's unlikely we're going to see a discharge from a body to the Earth like the Tunguska blast. That is going to be filmed. And it's unlikely we're going to get anyone who could prove that a volcano, because they're just too hard to get close to, is electromagnetic. So the And the closest one so far has been comets, as we know. Wal Thornhill hinged on that, and he's right. That's probably the best way to convince the scientific community. But to convince the entire public that we're wrong, kill a bunch of astronauts, including some girls, and say, I don't know what went wrong. Well, you better friggin' figure it out before we go again, don't you? And then they're going to start looking around, because that's a failure of hypothesis. Because that's why they can get away with such BS today, is because history can be changed with changing of hypothesis, and they can change, and there's no test, by the way, and you can change all of space with a hypothesis because there's no test. And you can do the same thing with, well, there's that, and I guess you could do that same with biology. You know, oh yes, it has to be this way. Why? Like, do you sure? Well, no, but because it can't be this, so it has to be that. Why can't it be this? You know, like, because the implications, oh, I see. So there's an assumption here that is unspoken, that we're not allowed, like, for example, common descent is unspoken, but you can't go against it. Even though they will never tell you not to go against it, you can't. But the in their science, I mean. But if you're here with an engineer or with any of these engineers, they don't have that luxury. Like, if I build the computer wrong, it doesn't work. I failed. It's obvious I failed. See? This is the problem they have. They can go and say, there's black holes out there in space that are showing all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. Well, test it. Nah. Like, that's the answer. Nah. Like, we'll build a black hole on Earth. No.
No doubt.
Build something that looks like one? No. Do any experimentation except for talking out of your ass whatsoever? No. And that's my feelings on that. I mean, I know what they think they're doing, and I think that I know they think they're doing the right thing.
Every single thing is an assumption.
It's the same thing for me whenever I encounter someone that says, I've invented free energy. And I'm like, well, as an engineer, I have doubts, but please go on. You know, and at the end, I'm like going, you're getting energy from this instead. By an examination of the facts, like, things must, like, you must use this energy. If you're expressing it, you're creating it somewhere or getting it from somewhere. And I'm fully acceptable of getting radiant energy from space or using cool electric things to suck energy from the Earth. I'm totally cool, but it still has to happen. You can't just say, like, this is one of the things I always thought about superhero movies is, like, he's lifting it with his mind. His mind must be on fire, because he's literally using the max power theorem. He's lifting 2 tons. That's so many newtons coming off the ground at newton meters, and the energy is generated by his brain, you say. So let's do the calculations, turn that into watts. His brain must be emanating 35,000 watts. His head's on fire. Literally every single superhero would be like, what's that Nicholas guy? Hellboy? The one with the flaming head. Motorcycle? I can't remember. Ghost Rider. Anyway, that's the kind of thing I think about, like you can't just do that. Like, you have to make it from somewhere. Now, manipulating the fields of the Earth to make the force catch it. Well, I'm much. I mean, we know we can do that in not in reality with the force. I mean, but with electrical stuff. Like, I have a radio. I control this. It drops there. I can catch it with this. You know, I could do that. That's physically possible for me in a physical sense. But to use my mind to change the fields, that's the part that is weird. So, but as we know, we can change fields in reality using magnets and everything else. So I only threw that in because of the weirdness that that it's that asinine for me to believe some of the stuff I hear, like from someone who's talking astrophysics. I'm like, what? Like, I'm just confused, and then I'm looking down and going, that doesn't balance. Is no one checking your equations? And that's one of the reasons why I have an interest in in gravity, because again, if it's expressed, it must have a power source. What's powering it? Is that the reason why the planet's hot?
It has to be electric.
I'm positive it has something to do with capacitance, but
yeah.
I'm only because Faraday said it first, and Faraday's way smarter than me.
No, I'm smarter than Faraday. I'm saying it.
There you go. Well, this has been great.
Yeah.
I did make another appointment, so I don't have much time, but I figured I'd ask.
Okay. No, we're glad you stopped by anytime. You'll get an invite every time, Neil. Just take.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. I apologize for logging in earlier, and Cindy was having. Don't get me to do this. Don't.
Magnificent beers, by the way.
I'm just gonna leave that call right
everybody
there.
else. Well, Neil, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it, and you'll be hearing from us again.
That's great. I'm now going to go and I got hit by a car today, so
shit.
No, sorry. A car hit me with his mirror and knocked me down.
Oh, so, wow, that's still something, though.
It's still something. I'm just saying that I ranted with my friends, and I just kind of want to
I hear you.
Take a load off. And
you live in a lively spot. Ambulances going by.
It's weird. I've never had. All I do is drive to the store. I swear. Just go to the store.
That's all I do.
That's all I do. I get there. I get into my car. The door opens. It's beautiful. I hang my cane up. You got to get out. I think the reason it occurred is because with a cane, you sort of have to step back from your door to close it. You can't just throw it. And so, because you have to watch your other hand at the cane, right? Yeah. So I was back further from my door, and he just backed up and just took me with him. So anyway, just knocked me down. And
but it's good that you're safe. You're good.
Oh yes, no, I'm fine. I think he nicked my shoe, but not my toe, if you know what I mean. So I'm fine. And it wasn't like a giant dump truck or something. It's just a little SUV. But the worst part about it is I tried to get him to stop, and he drove away as fast as he could. So we got footage of it from the store. So, well, he won't be shopping there anymore. I'll tell you that. I wish I could. I tried to get his license plate, but my dash cam didn't work. So anyway, no problem.
I see," said the blind man.
Thank you for letting me rant on that. And it's actually, it's been very fun. I enjoy when I get asked weird questions like that.
All right, buddy. Take care.
It makes me think.
Yeah.
Got plenty more of them for you.
All right, my friends. Thank you. I'll be back soon.
Thank you.
And you keep in touch with me, Greg, anytime you want. And I'm on the server too. So if you see my name on Discord or something and you want to talk to me, just make a friend's request and I'll see what I can do.
I surely will.
All right. Take it easy, friends.
Take care. Yeah. Okay, guys.
Well, there you go, Greg. That was a surprise.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I heard Rick too. But where's Rick? Did he leave us?
No, I'm right here.
No.
Oh.
I'm sorry I didn't show up sooner.
That's okay. I'm glad you showed up.
So we're going to try Rumble, Rick, because Greg's been having a lot of trouble with the tube.
Yep.
So this is our first sort of little get-together live stream. And yeah.
I got a condition, too. I don't know if I told you or not. My left lymph node under my chin, you know those lymph nodes the doctor always feels, is swollen, hard, and like almost the size of a golf ball. Well, I don't want to get personal. I had an ultrasound, and I have no other symptoms. My blood work came back normal. And I have to get a biopsy now. They should have just skipped the ultrasound and went straight to that because that was a waste of time. NASA finds evidence of 10 new Earth-sized planets in our corner of the galaxy. What's going on? The more we look, the more we find planets as small as ours. NASA has found new evidence of 219 planets outside our solar system. 10 of those exoplanets appear to be similar to the size of the Earth. I'll be right out there. Sorry, I just had to do that. I hope you enjoyed the video. I want to come out and say hello. And we can maybe chat a little bit before we move on to part 2. That was, let me see, who all was that? It was Neil, Shockwave, Andy, Medusa, and St. Pauli Girl. Hello, Jill W. How are you? Oh, yeah, by the way, everybody, I forgot to tell you, everybody got reset. I have to start all over with the moderators. I got a little carried away, and I had way too many, so it all reset. So I have to start all over. So don't think it was you or anything like that. Everybody got whacked. So I have to start again. All right. Jill W. Hello, Jill. Good to see you. Keb Fortuna. Benjamin Taylor. Some new names. Learn Share. Hey, are you in the chat?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah. Did you see the? Well, let me finish this. Marmalization. Valerie. Hey, Val. You in the chat? And there's Renegade, my buddy. And 69. What? Oh, come on. And there was nobody to boot him, right? Oh boy. Well, let me see here. Renegade has been with me so long. I'm going to start with you, Renegade, and we'll go from there, because we're going to have to get that whole thing done again, and that way have a few people here that can take care of stuff like this, so it doesn't bother people. I really hate it. I don't understand why they do those things. I mean, it's just idiotic. Like, as if someone's going to oh, I got to go check that out. You intrude on my life and you think I'm going to hit your stupid link? It just doesn't make any sense. All right, Valerie, Renegade. I'm sorry, I'm erasing this stuff. No, wait a minute. I guess I can't. Okay. They're in grounded X-Blade? Where's buried X-Blade? I'll get you too. Are you buried X? No, I don't know if you're buried X-Blade or not. Come back, it's buried. Fabio. Shockwave. I know him. I know Ricky. My buddy. Are you in here? Okay. Now we're just going to start with 2 and we'll go from there. So let's see. Who's that? Who's that? Who that?
Okay, you should pick up the voice by now, Greg.
Oh, that's Andy. Hey, buddy. Are you in chat? I mean, are you in? Yeah, chat for Michael White. Good to meet you, Michael. I'm looking for new names here. We're about done with that. Okay, we can move on to the next phase. Hey, did you see the video? What'd you think of it? It was cool, I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. I was trying to picture how much we must have changed to lose the ability to see magnetic fields. If we could see them, if we could sense them.
Yeah.
There's a few people I know that are diviners that can sense the current flow.
What's a diviner?
Well, they called them water witches.
Okay.
But they didn't burn them at the stake. It was those and the midwives that they did not burn at the stake. It's too valuable.
Like a twig with 2 branches, and you walk around, and if it starts moving up and down, that's where water is.
It's something like that. It's when you watch someone that's masterful, they don't need anything in their hands. I worked alongside one for a little while, and I kicked myself in the rear for not asking him more questions. He was able to locate my pocket knife I lost in the sand, and he went right to it.
Really? So what did he just see it in his mind or something?
No, he
found
it. Experienced it. He just experienced it.
Wow.
But he also, he did several things that blew me away, including locating where a circuit was broken beneath ground in a junction box.
I see. I'm trying to picture that. Say that again.
It's amazing. All right, I had been called to a residential service call for a water-cooled heat pump air conditioner that was not working, and the water pump wasn't coming on, circulating water. And all my circuits were fine. Electrician's problem. So I called him out, and he said, nope, it's not my problem. And anyway, the customer luckily called the diviner, the water witcher. He came out there, went straight to the dang spot, scratched it with his boot, walked over, grabbed a shovel and handed it to the electrician, said, there it is. And sure enough, he dug down and found a junction box, took it apart, and there was an old relay in there.
Wow.
I said, get the relay out of there.
That's weird, man. How did he know?
Yeah. But it just has me wondering, you know, like, if we were able to perceive things in a previous
well, you know,
environment, climate, atmosphere, and different potentials, different charges, different downward force or mutual mass acceleration or gravity, or what you want to call it.
Some Bigfoot people hypothesize that Bigfoots can see magnetic fields.
It wouldn't shock me.
That's why they don't ever get caught on trail cams.
Yeah, the division in the Bigfoot group it's a nasty thing. I wish it wouldn't happen.
You know, the thing is, you know, I think it's obviously possible, you know, but it's any proof that the so-called quote-unquote proof it's all blurry, fast, and far away. And there's nothing ever clear or distinct, just like with UFOs, you know. And that's a shame because, I mean, it's certainly plausible.
Well,
but
yeah.
I don't want to throw in because I don't know, you know, I mean, there is no bona fide proof that I've seen. Now, maybe there is, but...
Well, there is, but not I've seen. Dr. Kempler, I can't recall her name, but she did research on evidence that was turned in, and they were able to identify the mother, but not the father. The same scenario they ran into with the elongated skulls of Paracas in the Caucasus Mountains, and they could not identify the father, and that right there alone caused division. More divisions, like, oh, you know, well, obviously the father was a Nephilim. Oh, it was obviously an alien. Oh, it was obviously some type of ape. His father was, or something. You know, it's just some wild stuff. Yeah. Plus, you know, a bunch of them that are swearing it's Gigantopithecus, but like you know, I haven't seen one.
Jill says, all I have to do is look at my dogs. I don't have to say anything, and they know if they're in trouble or not. It's frequency. Trees communicate with each other all over the world through their roots.
Correct, Jill. I wish I had known this earlier, but I had to learn the hard way. I was constantly... Yeah, thank you, Jill.
Yeah.
I wish I had learned that before, but I had to learn that the hard way. I was a martial artist, and I'd always train hard body style and would always punch a tree. And my wife would say, that tree doesn't like that. That tree doesn't like that. And then one day she said, I gave the tree permission to hit you back. And I was doggone if the limb didn't hit me in the crown of
Did you know trees and humans are cousins?
the skull right there. A couple weeks later, I guess I just wanted to forget about it, so I did it again, and a larger limb hit me right in the crown of the head.
Oh my goodness.
It brought me to my knees, and I went in there and apologized to my wife and went into research and recognizing what's going on. that they are electrically structured water beings like we are.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there's sentience there.
Mm-hmm. You know, you just reminded me of something. I don't know why, but it was the weirdest freaking thing. My son and I were doing a job together. It was about 2 or 3 years ago. And we had just gotten done. We were tired, you know, and it was a long way from home off the freeway. We had to take the freeway through Detroit. That's always fun. So when we got on the road, and this big truck came by and ran over a stick and sent it flying right in through the open window and hit my son Greg right in the temple. Almost knocked him out. Can you believe that? It's just some weird thing like that happened.
That is weird, yeah.
And it you know, he had a headache, to say the least, but it was a blow. It was like, bam, right in the you know, I thought it was going to be worse than it was, but he handled it pretty good. Yeah, it's just the weirdest, fluky thing. Couldn't happen again in a million years. Stuff like that happens every day. And what is it really, you know? That unknown factor. There's everything that probably has its unknown factor, right? It's things happen. And they say they happen for a reason, but at the same time, could just be fate. Like my car was at that precise spot the instant that stick got sent flying. It had to be precise. You know what I mean? If we had left 5 seconds later, it wouldn't have happened. Stuff like that.
Yeah. I've experienced a few of those myself, brother.
Yeah. So who all do we got in chat? Is there anyone else that wants to speak? Who do we have here? Looks like we have a few. Let me see. Just us three. I thought Valerie was in here, but I guess not. I was going to say hello. If you're out there, Valerie, hello. You can come chat if you want. We're gonna talk for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna put on another video. And this video that I'm going to put on, it's a little out of the ordinary for me, but not really, because this deals with history. And, you know, I grew up next to an Air Force base, so I was always intrigued and smitten by aircraft, military aircraft. So I did this one story from a Vietnam book that I read in the 90s, and I was riveted to it. I didn't put it down until I was done. I think I got through it in one night. But it wasn't a very long book, but it details this fighter bomber pilot's tour through Vietnam, flying up north, dealing with SAMs. I mean, wow. Just wow. You know, to go through that harrowing experience and have to get through it, man. Just the nerve it takes those dudes, and they're all like, you know, oh yeah, we're just they talk like that, you know, like nothing excites them. I think it's
Papa Bear.
Amazing. Hey man, what's up? How are you?
How's it going, Papa Bear? How are you doing?
I don't know if I like that nickname.
You don't like that nickname?
I don't know. I'm just not used to it, I guess. I don't know. It makes me feel like I'm a fat old guy or something.
No, you're not a fat old guy. You're just the dad of my best friend.
Okay.
Like
I guess that's
best friend of like almost 30 years now.
Well, you know, I have known you for quite some time. You know, I had no idea when we were working over there at that club that you worked at. I had no idea that you were underage. I thought you were like 19 or something. 20.
I was.
No, I thought you were like 16 or something like that.
Oh, no, I was 19.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's still underage, 21, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't drink when I was working at that bar.
Yeah, so I'm just going to play this little 15-minute video. Did you see my 2 videos that I made, Smitten and Miss Misery?
I watched a good part of what I most definitely watched a good part of them.
Yeah.
I have a 12-week-old puppy at home.
Yeah.
And he's a little bit of a terrorist.
Okay. I get it. So I'm going to play this 15-minute video, and then we'll be back.
Okay.
I enjoy the story. It's a very good story. I have to find its window. It's like I gotta get used to stuff all over again. There we go. Okay. All right. I think you'll enjoy it. 16 of us came to Tackley Royal Thai Air Force Base to fight the war. Though we were experienced fighter pilots, we've been given special training at Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada, the Air Force's Top Gun training base. At Nellis, we were checked out in the F-105 Thunder Chief and shown how to best use the plane in combat. The instructors were pilots, just returned from the war, the curriculum absolutely the latest. The vast airspace over Nevada gave us a chance to really get to know this superior airplane. 4 of us were good friends. We volunteered together, training together, and went to war together. Tom Kirk was our leader. We called him Superball because he was always going at maximum, bouncing off the walls. It was easy to tell when Tom was in the operation shack. You could hear him barking. Tom wasn't all barking business. As our leader, Tom insisted we learn to eat rice. He hated the stuff. He badgered us about getting our teeth fixed. He insisted we make out a will. It was prophetic. Yolanda would wait a long time for Tom's return. Gary Olin was the youngest of the 4. He was a recent graduate of the Air Force Academy and had a truly beautiful wife that he called what's-her-name. Her name was Patty. Tall and mustached, Gary was full of spirit fighter pilots are rumored to possess. His energy level was nearly always approaching critical mass. At a party, for instance, Gary could often be found on the roof. What was he doing up there? I never knew, but that was Gary. Ed Capelli had been my immediate boss. Gary's too. Ed was the commander of A-Flight, one of 4 units that comprised a full squadron. Ed was a quiet kind of man. There were picnics and parties. We knew each other well enough to talk into the night about things such as the universe and what it all means. He had a bad neck, went to a civilian doctor secretly. Exactly what was wrong with him, I never knew. The neck gave him a lot of trouble. I wrapped it with stretch bandages for him more than once. He was always afraid the flight surgeon would find out and he'd be grounded. I worried about that neck if he ever had to eject. He seemed kind of frail to me, you know? Walked slow, didn't play any sport. BJ, his soft-spoken wife, knew more about Pappy's strength than I did. She has more than her allotted share, too. As for me, I was the wildcat of the group. That is, up from the ranks and into aviation cadets to flight training school. I always wanted to fly. In 3rd grade, teacher had us stand up one at a time, tell what we wanted to be. I announced that I was going to be a pilot. It never changed. At age 19, I was one. It's been all downhill ever since. I had been flying fighters for a long time, flying while others were getting a degree. I had a lot of experience and they respected me for that, even though they had to teach me to write. Though calm in manner, I was always terribly nervous. I would retire to a corner and watch the chaos when the party got active. That had its good side too, made me lightning quick in those days. Probably saved my life a couple of times. My wife Tina waited out the war in Italy, her home. Yolanda was there too. We saw each other frequently, especially when the Vietnam War news frightened them. Our attitude about the rightness of the war was probably a good cross-section of America. We were professional pilots honing our skills and hoping never to use them. War came, and we put our lives on the line. It was part of the contract. There was more, too, a personal thing. I struggled with myself, then held counsel. I've flown these wonderful, expensive, agile airplanes for years. I've taught other men to fly them. Now, war is here, and war is what I've been trained for. I hoped it would never happen. But here it is. I must do this thing because any other action would be an admission of ongoing fraud. Only after it is done can I question it. Many of the others had the same feelings. The American people questioned the reason for this war was not visible, and the method was no win. If the enemy had been jumping the fence in our backyard, burning our houses and killing us, all Americans would have fought. Except Jane Fondue, of course. She would have raised her delicate hands and yelled, rape me, you Oriental devils, you. I can't help but be saddened by my own personal fear that my grandson is going to have to fight and die to correct a wrong I wasn't able to handle. I wasn't allowed to. When the whole thing comes back to haunt us, I'll be the tiresome old man at the end of the bar with a glass of Burgundy who says, I told you so. Chapter 2, The Airplane and the Arena. The Republic Aircraft Company built the airplane we flew and named it the Thunder Chief, but we called it the Thud, and so did everybody else. How the name got started is not clear. It just evolved. In the early days, it was beset with a number of serious design problems. It crashed a lot, a trait that gave it a bad reputation among fighter pilots. Some like to call it the squat bomber. To employ the squat bomber, one simply drives it along an enemy road until reaching a vital link, such as a bridge. On the bridge, you raise the landing gear and the plane will squat there forever, gallantly blocking the way. The enormous size and weight of the plane provided the notion it had been forged in a foundry rather than a proper aircraft factory. It was built as the world's first flying locomotive. The Thud had one engine, one seat, and was the largest single-seat fighter ever built. The thing was built like a tank, but was deliciously graceful in flight. 64 feet long with a wingspan of 35 feet, it was an enormous dart with a needle nose and sharply swept-back wings. The Thud had speed. She could outrun any airplane in the world at that time, provided it was medium or low altitude. You can be sure you would never find a Thud at high altitude. I found I could urge even more speed from her when I was scared spitless. It was this remarkable speed that earned the Thud the dubious honor of carrying destruction far to the north and Pac 6. Speed was needed to get in and out of the arena. The Thud had it. The arena, of course, was North Vietnam. Look at the map of the country. You see it resembles a Kentucky chicken drumstick. Original recipe. To simplify and hasten navigation, we divided the drumstick into sections we called packages. Being Americans, we quickly reduced package to pack. From south to north, the country was sectioned into Pack 1, 2, 3, and 4. The fat part up north we split in two. Pack 5 in the west, housing Dien Bien Phu, and Pack 6 in the east, the place of lost dreams, graveyard of hundreds of thuds, the domain of Hanoi. Pack 1 was our training ground. The new pilots flew missions there before graduating into Pack 6. 10 missions on Easy, Pack 1, were the standard criteria. The visa to Hanoi. This training area was a dangerous place. There were plenty of determined enemy to deal with, but it seemed permissive in comparison to the utter heart-pounding chaos of Pack 6. There was a tendency to be less watchful there. The sky of Pack 1 was not always full of bursting flak. Those dirty, puffy explosions from anti-aircraft guns. The dreaded SAM, surface-to-air missile, was absent most of the time. MiGs could not fly that far south. None of this stuff was apparent in Pack 1. The enemy was hidden, ready, waiting for one mistake, one slip. They were well-disciplined and well-trained, led by men with 20 years of actual combat experience. They were good at their work. They were directed by bugle call, a primitive and absolutely secure communication system. When a flight began to circle, setting up for an attack, a bugle sounded. The gunners for miles around manned their hidden guns and waited. As the planes made their bombing rounds, expert eyes followed them. Let one plane go too low or too slow or make a second pass. The bugle call set the guns to blazing, and the sky filled instantly with explosions and tracers. We lost many planes there. I flew into Pack 1 for the first time in mid-August 1967. It couldn't have been a more dramatic day to go to war. One of those dark, overcast days that never get brighter than twilight. Getting ready for that first mission was like walking in a surrealistic world, zipping a tight anti-G suit with wooden fingers. I could think only that I was about to do terrible violence to another human being. This was not a cloth target to practice on. This was a tough, angry adversary. He was going to try to kill me, as I was determined to kill him. As I put on the survival vest, all the items in the mini pockets screamed, "You're going to need me." This was reality crashing into my storybook TV John Wayne world. The reality was further emphasized when I came upon my flight leader standing in the dark morning air alone, smoking a last cigarette. I knew it was better not to speak to him. We came across the border at sunrise. I was all eyes, pumping hard as I peered at the landscape. The face of the moon, raw earth, torn and scarred. Thousands of bomb craters. War was over. The land was dead. There was nothing below me. No trucks, buildings, roads, trees, or enemy. There couldn't be an enemy. Not there on the face of the moon. There were 4 of us going like hell as we crashed across the border. I was flying woodenly. My natural skills reduced to automation jerkiness. I missed the leader's call to switch radio channels. His voice showed a hint of irritation when he came back to my frequency. Bear 4, go to strike free. Now. I switched and checked in. Just then, I learned a lot more about the enemy. From out of a crater came the stuttering yellow flashes of gunfire. There were people down there. Not only were they there, they were shooting at me. Watch it, Bear. They're shooting. That was John Piawati, Bear 3, words filtering calmly through his huge, carefully folded mustache. He sounded bored. Just a little annoyance. We went into a jinking weaving pattern designed to complicate the rain. While we were in this aerial disco dance, I was still pondering those people whose bullets, as we were dodging, as I was filled with respect for them. We went on in, piercing the mist, weaving and going fast. My headset crackled with the indolent tones of Bear Leader calling a forward air controller FAC. There was a lot of static in the air, as if it were being jammed. My ears felt swollen. The white wing of the tiny FAC plane was stark against the brooding landscape as he fired a smoke rocket, marking the suspected target. The rocket struck the earth and made a tiny white balloon of smoke. We swung in a wide arc, all eyes on the smoke. Green 'em up, Bears. I flipped 2 switches and a big green light said ready in front of my eyes. We climbed as one, banking left, angling toward the target. Leads in. I watched Bear Leader plummet toward the white smoke. Number 2 followed, then number 3. I took a deep breath, rolled and inverted, hurling my plane at the ground. The leader's bombs were exploding, casting great chunks of dirt in the air, blowing away the white smoke balloon. Aim south, Bear, the FAC yelled. Which way was south? I thought as I pressed the bomb release. 6 bombs rippled from my plane. I hauled the stick in my lap, and the big thud began to recover from the steep dive. Heavy G's tugged at my eyelids. I tried to raise my head to search for Bear Leader. The rush of increasing speed and the strange squeezing feel of the G's in my head gave me a dizzy, drunk feeling as I struggled to raise my 150-pound head and look around. Little fireflies flickered around the edges of my sight. I squinted at the empty sky. The worst thing a new pilot can do is lose his leader. It's an absolute no-no. I began to panic as I searched the mist. My career was on the line. The enemy forgotten. I came out of the dive and the G-force eased off, restoring my ringing head and fuzzy eyes to normal. The fireflies went away. I saw them then, a tiny gnat on the horizon, a fly speck on the canopy. My hand relaxed on the control stick. I thank God for being spared the stigma of being a lost wingman. I had already dicked up this mission royally, missing the channel change, gawking at real estate, and probably missing the target. Fervently thankful that I didn't have to call. Lee, where are you? I slid into formation with professional silence. I was now a combat veteran, with one mission to mark on my hat. I had dignity. 99 more to go.
Two is south of you, just about
across the second river, I have 4,500. Roger, I'm gonna hold that too. Keep going, watch it. Eagle flag, got a flag out south of that missile site. Speed's off right. Automatic one, okay, D-Force, there's a big one turning south there. Roger, I'm going in, break off right. I see you loud and clear. Detroit, they got big right under us, right under us. Roger, let's go get... I'm right over the target right now. I got a 17 right in front of him.
And that was my Vietnam video. I always planned on doing another one, I just never have gotten to it. Maybe I'll do that. Because I really love aircraft, military aircraft. You guys there? Are you guys there?
I am.
Oh, hey. So did you see that? What did you think?
Well, it was interesting,
Yeah,
and it was also very, like, it hit home for me.
Well, of course, yes. I had two brothers that went to Vietnam. It was a huge...
Well, my grandpa fought in Vietnam, so, or in Korea, sorry.
Korea, well, that was, yeah, the forgotten war. It's even more forgotten than Vietnam, but...
Yeah, my grandfather fought in Korea, and he was a war hero, and he's since passed, so...
Yeah.
It kind of hit home, like, the fears that was a good... It's hard to put into words. It's a good story.
Yes, I know. My brother Jim died in his 60s of cancer. So that's why right now I'm sort of a little freaking out. Got some anxiety about this whole thing with this lump, you know. But I don't, like I said, I live a healthy life. I don't abuse my body, so I just can't really see it happening, especially after they took my blood and it was normal. I know I don't want to talk about it, but it's...
Well, you have a lump in your lymph node, right?
Yeah. I gotta get a biopsy early next week, hopefully. You know, I don't think it's anything to worry about, really.
Well, I'll keep that in my thoughts, and...
But my brother did die of cancer.
If your blood work came back fine, like I have medical background, if your blood work came fine, the likelihood of it being anything significant or anything malignant is pretty slim.
Yeah, you know, my doctor said we have 300 lymph nodes, and people, there are all kinds of people with swollen one somewhere. It just doesn't drain. So, and I did have an abscessed tooth, so...
Oh, that did it.
Yep.
That absolutely will do it.
Yep.
So maybe some lymphatic drainage massage of the area, and it'll get it cleared right out.
Yeah, hopefully. I'll find out hopefully soon, because I've been carrying it around with me for about 3 weeks now. It's just, you know.
Yeah, every time I've had an abscessed tooth, one of the lymph nodes in my neck will pop up and get pretty large.
Yes, and you know, it's a wake-up call, because I always do enjoy life, but life is so precious. We take it for granted, but we have such a weak grasp on life, really. We're one heartbeat away from being gone.
I know. It's sad, and it's frightening. I mean, if I'm being honest, every moment that you aren't doing something positive,
right? Yeah, I mean,
is a missed moment, a missed opportunity.
That's right. You know, we can't always capitalize, but we try to as much as we can.
Right. I mean, self-care is very important too.
Building good memories and not bad.
Right. Every moment you spend wasting, doing nothing.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean. Yes. The petty little stuff that isn't making memories, that isn't educating someone, that isn't bringing you joy or bringing people around you joy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's moments wasted and time wasted and, you know, missed opportunities to help people, to do your best.
Yep. Always try to remember, you know, try to live life to its fullest, like it's the last day. And it's hard to do sometimes. You get bogged down with this or that, but you always got to remember,
get it.
You know, there's always something worse. All right. Well,
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to shift gears and get off the grim stuff, and
absolutely,
we'll do a little bit of Velikovsky here, and
okay.
I think people will dig that. And before we go, because I wanted to do 3 hours, but I'm having a good time, and there is going to be a part 2, but that's going to be a whole other thing. And so
I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Do you prefer that I call you what you first introduced yourself to me as?
What was that?
You said your name was Mike.
No, I never did.
You absolutely did.
No.
You absolutely did.
I've always hated that when people say that because of my last name.
I know, but you said I'm Mike.
No, I don't know. I don't remember that, hon. I'm sorry. I don't.
Oh, you were probably inebriated. That was a long time ago.
Yes, but I've always been in control. You know, a drunk man's words are a sober man's thoughts. That's what
I thought your name was Mike.
No.
Your son corrected me.
Yes, no. I was named after Gregory Peck. My mom and dad, they saw Moby Dick. And that was the movie that won the Academy Award, I think. And my mom liked the name Gregory. So
I like it too.
Yeah. He was a good actor. I liked him too. All right, well, I'm going to just quick play this video since it's just you and me. Is there anyone else in here, or is it just you and me?
There's people watching on YouTube. I don't know.
I mean in the chat room. Learn shit.
Oh, yeah.
In the chat, there's 4.
You guys just ain't feeling too talkative?
I was listening.
Yes.
Yes, we know how to listen.
I hear you. We're going to do a Velikovsky, eh? Or do you want, well, let's see, his recent address on archaeology, geology, and cosmology. The first idea?
Do your first. Do your first idea. Yeah, that'll do. That'll be good.
Or how about how about this one here? We'll do that, but this is that's longer. Wow, 3 hours. I didn't know that. I think let's see. I just wanted to watch the first part of this. It sounds interesting. Let's check this out. NASA finds evidence of 10 new Earth-sized planets in our corner of the galaxy. The more we look, the more we find planets as small as ours. NASA has found new evidence of 219 planets outside our solar system. 10 of those exoplanets appear to be similar to the size of the Earth and orbit their stars in the habitable zone. How about that? Just far enough away to develop water, but not so far that they freeze. Well, see, my whole argument that we had to have come from a brown or red dwarf is the very fact that we have atmosphere. Because I don't think a stone going around the sun in the habitable zone would have anything to do with whether it had atmosphere or water. The moon pretty much proves that. It's been going around the sun for almost as long, if not as long as the Earth. It still doesn't have an atmosphere. That had to come about from some kind of an umbilical cord or connection, for lack of a better word, if you know what I mean. Or a natural process. It wouldn't just start happening on a dead planet spontaneously. The potential discoveries are part of the final catalog of results being released from the first Kepler Space Telescope mission. Kepler has been surveying the Cygnus constellation since 2009. During that time, scientists have found more than 5,000 potential exoplanets in an area of the sky about 3,000 light years away from Earth. Today's announcement whittled those candidates down to 4,034. A total of 2,335 of those have been verified as exoplanets, 21 of which are Earth-sized and orbit in their star's habitable zone. Earth-sized planets are of particular interest because they can teach us about how our own planet formed, and because there's a small chance they could harbor life. Like I said, I don't think there's too many main sequence stars that just develop planets without some kind of an umbilical cord. That's why I think it's the red or brown dwarf, or both. The potential discoveries are part of the final catalog of results being released from the first Kepler. Kepler spots planets by looking for dips in the brightness of the stars they orbit. It must be pretty damn sensitive to be able to distinguish a dip, known as a Hold on a second. I have to make a quick switch. Never mind, I never released it. Well, okay, now I got it. Where is it? I don't think I released it. I thought I did. You know, you get so busy sometimes, and you just don't know. I thought for sure I released that. But no. Strange. Well, I guess we'll go back to it then. Scientists devised a clever workaround by using the sun's pressure on the telescope solar panels as a stand-in for the broken wheel. How that worked out. Kepler can still hunt for planets, but photons from the sun don't generate as much force as a reaction wheel can. The limits of the K2 mission mean scientists have to go about their searches more methodically. It's akin to picking up leaves in your yard one by one instead of raking them all into a bag. The telescope will continue on with K2 until it runs out of fuel, likely sometime in 2018. Oh, so it's probably already out there just floating around dead now, I guess. This is the first I heard of it. When asked during the press conference how the team felt about Kepler's first mission coming to a close, Thompson explained that she sees it more as a new beginning. It's always a new beginning. Amazing things that Kepler has found. It has shown us these terrestrial worlds, and we still have all this work to do. To really understand how common Earths are in the galaxy. Yes, I know they are very common. I heard something to the effect of there could be as many as 5 billion Earths in the Milky Way galaxy. That's a pretty impressive number. Saturn's Death Star moon might be hiding in an underground ocean. During a mission to discover whether or not Saturn's moon Mimas was geologically dead, researchers discovered something far more surprising. It's not like we haven't heard that a million times before. Compelling evidence of an underground ocean buried beneath the surface of the Death Star like moon, Mimas. The researchers say it might be a stealth ocean world, a finding that, if verified, would further expand the number of potentially habitable places in our solar system. Icy moons with evidence of subsurface oceans have gathered a lot of attention from scientists lately. The two best-known examples in our solar system are Saturn's Enceladus and Jupiter's Europa. Don't forget Ganymede. It's the only moon with a magnetosphere. Are considered prime places to search for alien life. Enceladus, in particular, appears to have most of the ingredients needed to sustain life in its seawater, which spews out geysers near the moon's south pole. Now, what do you suppose is going on that causes that? It has to be an electrical event. But while the surfaces of both Europa and Enceladus show signs of geologic activity, suggesting an internal heat source that allows liquid water to exist. Current. The surface of Mimas is heavily cratered from thunderbolts, leading Southwest Research Institute scientist Elisa Roden to suspect it was just a frozen block of ice. However, Roden now thinks Mimas' cratered-like appearance kept an ocean hidden in research published earlier this month in the journal Icarus. Roden and her colleague Matthew Walker of the Planetary Science Institute in Tucson, Arizona, show that tiny wobbles or librations in the moon's orbit detected by NASA's Cassini spacecraft can be explained by gravitational interactions with Saturn that produce enough heat to maintain a liquid ocean beneath a thick, icy shell. A model developed by the team suggested that icy shell is 14 to 20 miles thick. Findings suggest Mimas is a compelling target to further investigation. Roden said in a release, studying the moon's potential to support an ocean could help researchers understand the prevalence of ocean moons in even more distant and poorly explored locales like Uranus. Like Uranus. You know, I hate to be a negative. Well, here's one we might find interesting. Our friend Ganymede is in the news. NASA spacecraft records eerie sound emitting from Jupiter's moon Ganymede. And this was posted on December 21st, so not that long ago. NASA released a 50-second audio recording from the data obtained during Juno's last flyby near Ganymede. I don't know. It is the largest moon in the solar system, as we all know. One of the most important research targets for astronomers that they never tell us anything about. During the last rendezvous, Juno approached the satellite at a record 1,038 kilometers, while moving at a speed of 67,000 kilometers per hour. The spacecraft recorded the radiation from the satellite in the radio range. What makes Ganymede so special? Well, it could have been our first home, but other than that, Ganymede are of particular interest to scientists. The large moon is even larger than Mercury, has a core and a mantle. Scientists believe that there is a massive liquid ocean hidden under a layer of ice below the surface, which makes it the most promising target for the search for alien life in the solar system. I mean, they've only known about it for 30 years. And they never show us anything from the surface of Ganymede. I just find that suspicious. Also, Ganymede has its own magnetic field, which we all should know, which no other satellite in the solar system has anymore. Are magnetospheres fading remnants? If so, what's going to happen when we lose ours? it is weakening. You think that they would tell us. Juno made its recent flight on June 7th, approaching Ganymede for the first time since the Galileo flyby in 2000. The probe flew over the surface of the moon at an altitude of 1,038 kilometers at an average speed of 67 kilometers per hour. 67,000, that is. In the process, it measured electrical and magnetic waves in Ganymede's magnetosphere, which in turn is submerged in Jupiter's magnetosphere. It took incredible rare images and recorded the radiation from the satellite in the radio range. As a result, NASA scientists shifted their vibrations to convert them into an audio track. Hear the sounds of Ganymede. Hear the sounds of Ganymede. It sounds a lot like Saturn. I've heard it. It's just higher pitched. Data is translated into audio frequencies for more than pure entertainment. In this way, small details can be brought to light that might have otherwise been overlooked. Scientists have previously recorded the sounds of the solar system during planetary missions and using probes such as Voyager. Mission Chief Scott Bolton noted that a sharp increase in frequency can be heard around the middle of the recording, a sign at that moment the station moved to another region of the satellite's magnetosphere. The station, huh? I wonder what he means by that. Let's hear it. And there you have it, the sounds of Ganymede. Besides Ganymede's sounds, what's new on Jupiter? Of course, the main focus of Juno's mission has been Jupiter, and the discoveries in this line of work never cease to amaze. The most recent data indicates that over the past 5 years, the magnetic field of Jupiter has changed greatly. The Great Blue Spot equatorial magnetic anomaly is moving eastward at a speed of 4 centimeters per second, relative to the rest of the planet's inner surface. Still in turmoil, it can be assumed that the Great Blue Spot will complete a revolution in 350 years. And scientists also received a new photo of Jupiter's main dust ring. It consists of particles released by the satellites of the planet Metis and Adreus, satellites of the planets Metis and Adrustria. Metis and Adrustria. Juno photographed the ring from the inside against the background of the stars, capturing part of the constellation Perseus through the lens. It is surprising that even at this distance, the constellations look exactly the same as from any point on Earth.
Whatever it is, it's not supposed to be there.
Twilight Zone.
Gamer Dude said I'm off for the night. Always interesting. Have a good night, fellas.
Maybe it's all a prop.
Who's leaving? I didn't hear it. All right, nobody's leaving, right? It's almost over, so hang out. Because we're going to wrap it up soon. And go to part 2. I'll just play a little bit more of this.
The latest extension of the mission, Juno reached Jupiter's orbit on July 4, 2016. It will stay in the planet's orbit for several more years and will continue to transmit new images and data. The mission was extended for a second time earlier this year. And we honestly expect that we will see another extension in 2025 unless any of the instruments.
GamerDude said c.tenor.com.
And them rings, they just get clear, or the surface of Jupiter just gets clearer and clearer. Look at that. I mean, it's like you can see clouds, and it's just
you're gonna
the
ask,
atmosphere
if you're gonna do a plug,
so
make sure you
thick.
ask me first, okay? Please, courtesy.
One of the Thunderbolts guys, I think it was Andy Hall, brought up a really good observation when he said that a lot of the land masses on the Earth match what Jupiter looks like in certain places. I think that's pretty interesting. This look like really high altitude clouds. A new image from GenoCam. 2 enormous rotating storms on Jupiter. Yeah. Jeez. I wonder what the wind is, you know. And that's it. That's the article. That was pretty interesting. NASA spacecraft detects radio emissions from Jupiter's moon Io. The Hubble space water vapor from Jupiter's moon, well, that looks like another one about Ganymede. Let's take a look at it. Since we're on Ganymede, we might as well see what all the hubbub's about. It might be the same article, I don't know. Let's see. No? Yeah, mysterious Ganymede. They keep it hidden from us. I'm convinced of it. Hubble spies water vapor from Jupiter's moon. These results are important for the future JUICE interplanetary station, which is due to arrive in the Jupiter system in 2029, and this comes right on the heels of a video that I am nearing completion with Ramon called Conquering the Solar System Part 2. It's all hypothetical, but he puts together a pretty good plan. The Hubble Space Telescope has confirmed the presence of water vapor in the rarefied atmosphere of Jupiter's moon Ganymede. It is believed to originate from water ice. Yeah, the same kind that's on Earth, which sublimates under the influence of solar radiation and particle fluxes. The first evidence of water vapor on Ganymede. 1, Ganymede is the largest satellite in the solar system. They'll say that 3 or 4 times. Twice as heavy as the moon's and larger than Mercury. Scientists' interest in it increased after it became clear that it can have a subsurface ocean, exhibit tectonic activity, and has a magnetosphere generated by liquid core, says they. 2, another curious property of Ganymede was its tenacious atmosphere, which is formed as a result of the erosion of the ice surface of the satellite under the influence of bombardment by charged particles and solar radiation. I always remember Wall said they need a different theory for a planet. 3, it is believed to be composed of water vapor, molecular and atomic oxygen, an OH radical, and atomic and molecular hydrogen. The abundance of molecular oxygen and atomic hydrogen in the atmosphere of Ganymede was confirmed, but astronomers could not find water vapor for a long time. NASA finds evidence of 10 new Earth-sized planets in our corner of the galaxy. The more we look, the more we find planets as small as ours. NASA has found new evidence of 219
arguments from authority are worthless. Whatever is inconsistent with facts must be discarded or revised. We must understand the cosmos as it is, and not to confuse how it is with how we wish it to be. The obvious is sometimes false. The unexpected, sometimes true. Carl Sagan, Cosmos. Episode 13, Who Speaks for Earth? If Velikovsky's celestial hypothesis is correct, it must not only correlate with historical evidence, but must also correlate with and be corroborated by scientific evidence. His thesis requires that there should exist unambiguous scientific evidence that celestial mechanics accepted by all scientists as being perfect as possible is in error. If that can be proved to be the case, that cosmological theory for the stability of the solar system and the evolution of the universe, birth and evolution of galaxies, as well as stars, must also be in error. The need for such a book that gathers the evidence for celestial mechanics, the cosmology of the universe, and especially the evolution of the solar system in recent times that Velikovsky presented is long overdue. Although I intend to present a great deal of new evidence regarding these matters, it is unavoidable that I will have to present materials already published in order to elucidate the problems. Possible solutions that face Velikovsky's unstable solar system hypothesis, and possible solutions that face Velikovsky's unstable solar system hypothesis. In this respect, one must not only deal with the question of planetary orbital changes, but also of these changes in terms of their chronology and recent history into which these chaotic motions must be proved to fit. Hence, much of this book will examine not only the evidence for the very recent unstable orbits of Mars and Venus, but it must examine the chronological scientific evidence that conforms with Velikovsky's timescale as well. Both the evidence for the solar system instability and for the return to stability for the chronological framework that Velikovsky presented must agree if his theory is valid. More than that, these varied forms of scientific evidence must contradict the scientific establishment's hypothesis on the very same points. Much of this book will therefore deal with various forms of scientific evidence that contradicts the chronology of a stable solar system over, say, 20 million years. For those who have read Pillars of the Past, volumes 1, 2, 3, and 4, will remember I employed several forms of scientific evidence to analyze the chronology of the ancient world. In this respect, my approach to the established astronomical chronology of the solar system, like that of the ancient historical established chronology, will be based on presenting a great number of different forms of interdisciplinary scientific evidence that correlate and corroborate one another, but are also fully congruent with Velikovsky's hypothesis. Rick, are you guys out there? And are clearly contradictory to, or highly problematic for, the thesis that the solar system has been stable in recent times. In the next part of this book, Velikovsky's concept of the important role electromagnetism plays in celestial mechanics will be examined, as well as its application to solar system stability and also to cosmology. Thus, in a sense, this volume is a continuation of my book, The Electrogravitic Theory of Celestial Motion and Cosmology. As we will see in the next chapters, the astrophysicists, astronomers, and cosmologists have literally outdone Aristotle and the Greek astronomers' inventions of epicycles by creating new forms of matter, new celestial mechanical forces, and even new dimensions of space. It has actually reached the point where many scientists are now saying the entire cosmological edifice upheld by these new forms of matter, energy, multiple dimensions is a colossally false rendering of celestial reality. What has always been the problem for Velikovsky and his followers is the important role mathematics has played in all this. Up until now, we have assumed that Newtonian Einsteinian theory is as perfect as can be and perfectly reflects the forces governing the motions of celestial bodies. It will be shown that mathematics has played with a leading part in driving the entire scientific community regarding these matters of celestial mechanics blindly into error. This will be examined toward the end of the book, that too great a reliance and belief in the absolute validity only of mathematics to explain the universe is not just a modern cosmological blunder, but a repetition of these same blunders of the ancient past, like the Aristotelian geocentric theory. Between what has been assumed to be objective scientific truth, the method and human psychology and sociology interrelate, and as these were understood by Velikovsky and others, it must be noted that those who attempt to criticize this book but ignore, or who have failed to read the electrogravitic theory of celestial motion and cosmology, are not dealing honestly with the materials presented here. The celestial mechanics presented in the earlier work will be greatly enlarged in this. Therefore, failure to understand that earlier evidence or deal with it as it relates to the foregoing evidence means that the critic is either ignorant of what scholarship requires or is determined to discredit this book's evidence without knowing it or even allowing their readers to know it. What I conceive to be Velikovsky's greatest problem and misfortune is that his ideas are so far ahead of his time that he had to be pilloried because the great paradigms and scientists whose concepts he challenged were false idols of his age, and it was inconceivable to the scientists, academics, and mass media that their idols could be wrong. Newton, Einstein, and all their theories, and those that had been derived from them, were the scientific idols of the 20th century, to whom all bowed as having established the indisputable laws that govern reality. This book is addressed to dealing with these giants and their theories. Because this theory is largely derived from Velikovsky, who maintained that the planets in close contact could be cushioned by their repelling magnetic fields, I have maintained that these fields must weaken at greater distances, but are still operating in a repelling manner. Therefore, since this book is a defense of my own theory and indirectly of Velikovsky's celestial scenario, I take full responsibility for it. Velikovsky could not have known what would be developed and or derived from his recent unstable solar system theory, and cannot therefore be held responsible for what I produced. No more could Velikovsky be held responsible for the creationists that followed him. Nevertheless, this connection has been employed by Michael D. Gordon in his book, The Pseudoscience Wars, Manuel Velikovsky and the Birth of the Modern Fringe. It is a simple guilt by association critique of Velikovsky, and in no way proves anything about Velikovsky because it fails to examine Velikovsky's thesis, but only his connection with later other groups. As Tom Van Flandern tells us, the validity of an idea can be determined solely by an examination of its merits. This examination Gordon has not done, and thus his critique is shallow and beside the point. Electromagnetism and celestial motion. Robert Millikan was asked whether he knew of anyone who had ever found a way of modifying or influencing the force of gravity. Millikan is said to have replied briskly, "Of course not. Such a thing is impossible and out of the question." Robert Millikan in Paul A. Lavallette, Secrets of Anti-Gravity Propulsion, Rochester, 2008. Velikovsky challenged the concept that only gravity affected celestial motions when he wrote unambiguously, "The accepted celestial mechanics notwithstanding the many calculations that have been carried out to many decimal places or verified by celestial motions, stands only if the sun, the source of light, warmth, and other radiation, is as a whole an electrically neutral body. Fundamental principles of celestial mechanics, including the law of gravitation, must come into question if the sun possesses a charge sufficient to influence the planets in their orbits or the comets in theirs. In the Newtonian celestial mechanics, based on the theory of gravitation, electricity and magnetism play no role." He further held that gravitation as an electromagnetic phenomenon. In that citation, Len E. Rose pointed out that Velikovsky had moved away from some of these positions. It should be noted that during the last 2 decades or so of Velikovsky's life, the ideas that had been expressed in Cosmos Without Gravitation, 4 Plans of the Universe, no longer reflected Velikovsky's approach to the extent that they once did. In particular, he backed off considerably from the idea of circumduction as a non-gravitational, non-inertial account, sufficient in itself to explain orbital motions. He also backed off from any general suggestions that gravity and inertia might somehow be banned from the celestial arena. He took such a pounding over it. What he often said in his later years was, not that gravity and inertia played no role, but rather that they did not play the only role. That is, that gravity and inertia were not alone responsible for what occurred in the celestial arena. Electromagnetic interactions also played a considerable role in cosmic events, especially when celestial bodies were in close approach to each other, but also even when they were far apart. In any case, each of the 4 plans of the universe, even the 4th, should be taken as a construction, a working hypothesis, for the purposes of discussion. Not as a final position. The same is true of Cosmos Without Gravitation. Not all of the ideas that were formulated in that early monograph were ones that Velikovsky continued to adhere to in his later work. Nevertheless, it must be emphasized that Velikovsky did not ever abandon the idea that gravity itself might eventually be interpreted as an electromagnetic phenomenon. Nor did he ever abandon the idea that the solar magnetic field might, to some extent, be responsible for the fact that the planetary orbits are roughly coplanar. This, then, is a general concept that Velikovsky believes celestial mechanics rested upon. Nevertheless, before proceeding, it must be pointed out that Robert J. Shadwell, on the advice of one of Velikovsky's disgruntled followers, brought up Cosmos Without Collision and cited it without ever letting his readers know that Velikovsky no longer agreed with much of that material, but clearly, and anger-driven, claimed these were still Velikovsky's positions. Nevertheless, Velikovsky's electromagnetic concept is now out in the scientific community, and as we will see, it is growing. As was also pointed out above in the chapter on celestial mechanics, there are several aspects of celestial mechanics that cannot be correlated mathematically without Newtonian theory, but require an additional force, electromagnetic force, in order to operate. Miles Mathis, who well understood the depths of maniacal rage this Velikovskyan concept held for
Ashcroft 6019 said close the tab and disconnected. Need.
Who would have to admit that Velikovsky was at least partially right, would rather tear out their eyeballs and eat them than go there. In terms of Freudian psychology, the great underlying neurotic problem of humanity is the Oedipal complex, as outlined by the Greek playwright Sophocles in his trilogy Oedipus. Oedipus, unable to deal with the fact that he had violated every moral aspect in his life, when discovering that he had actually done so, gouged out his eyeballs, unable to face his behavior. So too the scientists of this generation, according to Mathis, rather than admit Velikovsky was at least partially right, would rather tear out their eyeballs. Velikovsky was related. I'm just picturing that. Velikovsky has related a story he liked to tell. Once in the twilight hour, a visitor came to my study, a distinguished-looking gentleman. He brought me a manuscript dealing with celestial mechanics. After a glance at some of the pages, I had the feeling that this was the work of a mathematical genius. I entered into a conversation with my visitor and mentioned the name of James Clerk Maxwell. My guest asked, "Who is he?" Embarrassed, I answered, "You know, the scientist who gave a theoretical explanation of the experiments of Faraday?" "And who is Faraday?" inquired the stranger. In growing embarrassment, I said, "Of course, the man who did pioneer work in electromagnetism." "And what is electromagnetism?" asked the gentleman. "What is your name?" I inquired. He answered, "Isaac Newton." When Velikovsky awoke, on his knees was an open volume of Newton's Principia. The story is told to illustrate what I have said before. Would you listen to anybody discuss the mechanics of the spheres who does not know the elementary physical forces existing in nature? But this is the position adopted by astronomers who acclaim as infallible a celestial mechanics conceived in the 1660s, in which electricity and magnetism play not the slightest role. Let us first examine the reaction of the astronomers to evidence that electromagnetism plays in celestial mechanics, before looking at the experimental evidence related to it. This brings us the first part of the Velikovsky affair. When critics of Velikovsky's concept that electromagnetism plays a crucial role in celestial mechanics was debated and forcefully denied, what we will see is that in each and every instance, when a critic leveled a charge against Velikovsky's electromagnetic concept, and it was shown to be an error, and further the evidence instead supported Velikovsky, the critic never faced up to that counter-evidence and acted as if the counter-evidence never existed by retreating into a state of silence and denial. Let us now look at these early critics and the evidence. The first critic was Donald Menzel, director of Harvard College Observatory, as explained by Ralph E. Jurgens. In 1952, in the Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, Menzel had offered calculations to show that if Velikovsky were right about the electromagnetic forces in the solar system, the sun would have a surface electric potential of 10 to the 19th, 10 billion volts. An absolute impossibility, according to the astronomers. But in 1960, V.A. Bailey, emeritus professor of physics at the University of Sydney, claimed that the sun is electrically charged and that it had a surface potential of 10 to the 19th volts, precisely the value calculated by Menzel. Bailey, at the time his theory was first published, was entirely unaware of Velikovsky's work and of Menzel's refutation of it. The idea that this quantitative refutation of Velikovsky's wild hypothesis, Menzel's own description of his contribution to the proceedings in 1952, should now be brought to Velikovsky's support was intolerable to the Harvard astronomer. So when he mailed his paper to Harper's in 1963, he also sent a copy to Bailey in Sydney and asked him in a covering letter to revoke his theory of electric charge of the sun. The theory was casting doubt on the continuing efforts of Menzel and other American scientists to discredit Velikovsky, and Menzel pointed out of what he conceived to be an error in Bailey's work. The mathematical error, to the contrary, had been made by Menzel. Nevertheless, when new scientific evidence supported Velikovsky's concept regarding electromagnetism, neither Menzel nor the rest of the astronomical physics establishment jumped at the opportunity of evaluating how it might operate, but instead tried to deny the evidence existed. Einstein agreed with Velikovsky, who said, "The real cause of indignation against my theory of global catastrophes is the implication that celestial bodies may be charged." He, Einstein, wrote in the margin, yes, just like the scholastic professors denied that Galileo's telescope showed Jupiter had 4 moons circling it. The entire scientific establishment denied that the sun may very well carry a charge capable of affecting the orbits of the planets. There was no investigation, only flat-out denial. Electromagnetism.
It would do good if I turned my mic on. Yeah, I forgot to do it for the first 2 hours of the talk we did from that other Rumble. So this was the first video where I could actually be heard. The Rumble video doesn't have me on. I'm just a dummy. Yeah. So what do you guys, anybody who's in the chat room? Who do we got in the house? Would anybody like to answer? Donald Wages! Donald Wages! And there's Grouch. Yeah, I was wondering where you was, son. And we got Reese Blocks, and Jill is still with us. Very good. Nice to see you, Jill. Go to the university libraries and read the high books. The ones out take letters to get. Yeah, right. You know it. I wonder, you know, I don't know, you see the alternative gets taken over by mainstream, and then you get edged out again, you know, because everything is a deception. I swear. Every story, they got it wrong. I mean, are they all wrong on purpose, or are they that blind? You know, you have to ask yourself. They don't have the whole story right. Maybe they don't want us to know for our own good, you know? Maybe there's something that we don't know. I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. But it just, you know, everything in America started going wrong, like right around World War II. Like in 1938, they didn't have a defense. You know, people would march with brooms. I mean, they didn't have, you know, they didn't have a defense, or they didn't have the JCS, the Pentagon, none of that. And then after World War II happened, in 1947, National Security, the first National Security Act, created the CIA, the Department of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Pentagon, and the first, you know, approach on our liberties, you know. And then after that, it's just been boom, 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 like hurdles. And when they did the Patriot Act, they had to read 900 pages in 24 hours and then vote on it. It's a little ridiculous, don't you think? But it's accepted. I don't know. You know, and you can see right in. That's why I'm so intrigued by history, United States history, in the late 40s through John F. Kennedy's assassination, because that's the beginning. It's all connected. You know, people say, you know, why do you care so much about something that happened 60 years ago? I mean, it's just so much more than just losing one guy. It's just, the whole story is just epic. And you're enriched by knowing this history that the mainstream media won't ever speak of, because they don't like it. You know, JFK was the last president that was for Main Street, not Wall Street. And, you know, he paid for it. And I have a couple of very good documentaries I found in the public domain called Evidence of Revision. I definitely suggest you see that. Actually, I'm going to live stream it, but not on YouTube, on Rumble. So what I'm going to do is, I thought I had an idea of playing it and then stopping it and having commentary and sharing what I know and having a discussion, because I know Andy is interested in it too. And that's we do. And there's another thing I got an idea, and that is we're going to play Jeopardy. I always loved the game Jeopardy, and I found a really cool website that makes up, you know, all that stuff. You know, we could start, I don't know, having little matches and stuff, you know, to last for 10 or 15 minutes or something. I think it would be cool. I don't know, who doesn't like Jeopardy? Anyways, that's an idea of mine that I plan on acting on. I don't quite know how I'm going to do it. Maybe do it with the chat room. Find 3 people that are willing to play. And then just, we'll have to have some kind of way for them to answer, you know, because you got to answer first. So maybe you'll have a number. First one to type it in. Then you type in the answer. I think it'd be pretty cool. All right, well, I guess this is going to end the first one. We're going to come back into the second one. I just wanted to say, hey, Nick, what are you doing, buddy? Come on in. Come on into the chat room. We're about to start part B. Donald Wages. Hey, Don, what's up there, buddy? Okay, you guys I know well. I had to start all over with the moderators. I had to reset it.
I'm not going to go crazy. I want to reward people, you know, but man, I just had too many, and I don't know. It got a little out of hand, but I got to find another way. Certain people I know because they've been with me for a long time. I have to say, okay. All right. Well, I guess we're going to end this one, eh? Andy, are you there? Or we're going to say goodnight. Just keep on playing? You want me to just keep on going? All right, what the heck. All right, let me get set up. I'm going to spin a tune and we'll go for a little while longer. I hate leaving too. So, but I want to talk to you, Andy, about that evidence revision thing. I think it's a brilliant idea that you had. So let's go to a songy song. I want to watch Miss Misery again. Let's see, where's it at? Yeah, I want to watch it again. It was fun putting it together. One more time. For old time's sake.
Great.
It's funny. All right, back. I didn't. You know, I watched the whole thing. I didn't pick a video. All right, let's see. Okay. We'll give it a try. I like it so far. It's kind of freaky. Phoenician glass beads found in Arctic Alaska predate arrival of Columbus. Archaeologists have found Venetian glass trade beads at 3 prehistoric Eskimo sites in Alaska. In the absence of transatlantic communication, the most likely route these artifacts traveled from Europe to northwestern Alaska is across Eurasia and over the Bering Strait. This is the first prehistoric sites in the Western Hemisphere as the result of overland transport across the Eurasian continent. More important to me, I think, is that these beads, which were made, were found in the Arctic, which the polar configuration would have dictated been probably the most tropical place on Earth at that time, the poles. Archaeologists find trade beads at archaeological sites during dating between 1550 and 1750 CE throughout the Caribbean, the eastern coast of Central and North America, and the eastern Great Lakes region. Europeans and others created glass beads using technology that didn't exist in native cultures. I thought the natives were the ones who made the beads. It's kind of ironic. Explorers carried them to trade with Aboriginal people they encountered. I see. The plot thickens. Dutchman Peter Minute included trade beads in his deal for Manhattan Island in 1626. I guess they prized beads. Who knows what powers they hold. Dr. Mike Coons from the University of Alaska Museum of the North and Bureau of Land Management archaeologist Dr. Robin Mills found at least 10 glass trade beads at Ponyik Point and 2 other archaeological sites in Alaska. Ponyik Point, a mile from the Continental Divide and the Brooks Range, is unoccupied today. It was a seasonal camp for generations of inland Eskimos, Dr. Kuntz said. Ponyik Point was on ancient trade routes from the Bering Sea to the Arctic Ocean and was probably a dependable place to hunt caribou as the animals move in fall and spring. And if for some reason the caribou didn't migrate through where you were, Ponyik Point had excellent lake trout and large shrub willow patches. Along with the radiocarbon dating of the Alaska twine and charcoal found near the beads, the researchers figured the glass beads arrived at Ponyik Point sometime between 1440 and 1480. As far as dates go, it's not that old, but that's a pretty current time period to be in the Arctic. Wouldn't it have been like all ice and snow like it is now? How did the beads make their way from the canals of Venice to a plateau in the Brooks Range? In the 1400s, craftsmen in the city-state of Venice traded with people throughout Asia. The beads might have traveled in a horse-drawn cart along the Silk Road eastward toward China. From there,
These early Venetian beads found their way into the aboriginal hinterland, with some moving to the Far East. After that great journey, a trader may have tucked the beads into his kayak on the western shore of the Bering Sea, then dipped his paddle and made passage to the New World, today's Alaska. The crossing of the Bering Strait, at its narrowest, is about 84 kilometers, 52 miles, of open ocean. The scientists think the beads found in Alaska probably arrived at an ancient trading center called Shasalik, north of today's Kotzebue. Okay, Shasalik, Kotzebue, and just west of Noatak. From there, people on foot, maybe traveling with a few dogs, carried them deep into the Brooks Range. Someone at Cognac Point might have strung the exotic blue beads in a necklace, which they lost or left behind as they walked away. The tiny blue spheres rested for centuries at the entrance of an underground house north of the Arctic Circle, waiting to be found. The team's paper was published in the Journal of American Antiquity. I thought it was going to be a bigger deal. So it was before Columbus didn't discover America. Astronomers discover the first cloudless Jupiter-like planet. This marks the second time astronomers have ever observed a cloud-free exoplanet. Astronomers at the Center for Astrophysics, Harvard Smithsonian, have detected the first Jupiter-like planet without clouds or haze in its observable atmosphere. The findings were published this month in the Astrophysical Journal Letters. Named WASP 62b, the gas giant, was first detected in 2012 through the Wide-Angle Search for Planets WASP South Survey. Its atmosphere, however, had never been closely studied until now. For my thesis, I have been working on exoplanet characterization, says Munaza Alam, a graduate student at the Center for Astrophysics, who led the study. I take discovered planets and I follow up on them to characterize their atmospheres. Known as hot Jupiter, WASP 62b is 575 light years from Earth and about half the mass of our solar system's Jupiter, about half the size of Jupiter. However, unlike our Jupiter, which takes nearly 12 years to orbit the Sun, WASP 62b completes the rotation around its star in just 4.5 days. This proximity to the star makes it extremely hot. Well, that's because the star's power was usurped and it became a gas giant, and then a hot Jupiter. Using Hubble's alarm recorded data and observations of the planet using spectroscopy, the study of electromagnetic radiation, go figure, to help detect chemical elements. Alarm specifically monitored WASP 62b as it swept in front of its host star 3 times, making visible light observations, which can be detected, the presence of sodium and potassium in a planet's atmosphere. I'll get plenty of bananas. I'll admit that at first I wasn't too excited about this planet, Alam says, but after coming up with some good mottos, I coaxed myself into it. But once I started to take a look at the data, I got excited. While there was no evidence of potassium, sodium's presence was strikingly clear as it is in all brown dwarf stars. The team was able to view the full sodium absorption lines in their data, or its complete fingerprint. Clouds or haze in the atmosphere would obscure the complete signature of sodium, Alam explains, and astronomers usually can only make out small hints of its presence. Well, every chemical burns a different color. This is smoking gun evidence that we are seeing a clear atmosphere. Cloud-free planets are exceedingly rare. Astronomers estimate that less than 7% of exoplanets have clear atmosphere. According to recent research, for example, the first and only other known exoplanet with a clear atmosphere was discovered in 2018. Named WASP 96b, it is classified as a hot Saturn. Ooh. Astronomers believe studying exoplanets with cloudless atmospheres can lead to a better understanding of how brown dwarfs are. Oh, no, I didn't say that. Of how they were formed. Their rarity suggests something else is going on, or they formed in a different way than most planets. Alan says, clear atmospheres also make it easier to study the chemical composition of planets, which can help identify what a planet is made of. With the launch of the James Webb Telescope later this year, the team hopes to have new opportunities to study and better understand WASP 62b. The telescope's improved technologies, like higher resolution and better precision, should help them probe the atmosphere even closer to search for the presence of anything but electricity, such as silicon. And that's the story. Ancient relic points to a turning point in Earth's history 42,000 years ago. That sounds interesting. Ancient relic points to a turning point in Earth's history 42,000 years ago. Just like in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the answer was 42. The temporary breakdown of Earth's magnetic field 42,000 years ago sparked major climate shifts that led to global environmental change and mass extinctions. A new international study co-led by UNSW Sydney and the South Australian Museum shows. I remember about a couple years ago now, I was talking to Diamond Dave of the Oppenheimer Ranch Project, and he also told me that he had evidence of a catastrophe 42,000 years ago. Interesting. The dramatic turning point in Earth's history, laced with electrical storms, widespread auroras, and cosmic radiation, was triggered by the reversal of Earth's magnetic poles and changing of solar winds. Well, I suppose you could say that, but there were also big giant planets around and electric thunderbolts being blasted all over the place. It was not an event that came from within. Remember, we read from Velikovsky. It was an extraterrestrial event. The researchers, this is just another one of them kind of, be afraid articles. They all go there. The researchers dubbed this danger period the Adams Transitional Geomagnetic Event, or Adams Event for short, a tribute to science fiction with Guide to the Galaxy that 42 was the answer to life, the universe, and everything. The findings are published today in Science. For the first time ever, we have been able to precisely date the timing and environmental impacts of the last magnetic pole switch, says Chris Turney, a professor of nonsense and science, authored the study. The findings were made possible with ancient New Zealand karuri trees, which have been preserved in sediments for over 40,000 years. Using the ancient trees, we could measure the spike in atmospheric radiocarbon levels caused by the collapse of Earth's magnetic field. While scientists already know the magnetic poles temporarily flipped around 41 to 42,000 years ago, known as the Lachamps excursion, they didn't know exactly how it impacted life on Earth. But the researchers were able to create a detailed timescale of how Earth's atmosphere changed over this time by analyzing rings on the ancient karuri trees. The karuri trees are like the Rosetta Stone, helping us tie together records of environmental change in caves, ice cores, and peat bogs around the world, says co-lead Professor Alan Cooper, honorary researcher at the South Australian Museum. Researchers compared the newly created timescale with the records from sites across the Pacific and used it in global climate modeling. finding that the growth of ice sheets and glaciers over North America, and large shifts in major wind belts and tropical storm systems could be traced back to the Adams event. One of their first clues was the megafauna across mainland Australia and Tasmania went through simultaneous extinctions 42,000 years ago. This had never seemed right, because it was long after Aboriginal people arrived, but around the same time that the Australian environment shifted to the current arid state, says Cooper. The paper suggests that Adams' event could explain a lot of other evolutionary mysteries, like the extinction of Neanderthals and the sudden widespread appearance of figurative art in caves around the world. It's the most surprising and important discovery I've ever been involved in, Cooper said. The perfect storm, the magnetic North Pole, that is, the direction a compass needle points to, doesn't have a fixed location. It usually wobbles close to the North Pole and the northernmost point of Earth's axis. Over time, due to dynamic movements within the Earth's core, just like the magnetic South Pole. Sometimes, for reasons that aren't clear, the magnetic pole's movements can be more drastic. Around 41 to 42,000 years ago, they swapped places entirely. And there is evidence that the South Pole should really be in the north and the North Pole in the south. Because the North Pole is 10,000 feet deep. There's no land. The South Pole is 10,000 feet high. If the Earth was held into position by Saturn, it would have been by the poles, and it would have made Earth an egg-shaped, with an indentation in the south and a pulling in the north. So it would make sense that 10,000 feet high should be in the north, which was technically or mythologically Hyperborea, all the North Pole myths. But it fits. But like I said, it was an extraterrestrial event. It didn't come from within. And that is what they're missing. All right, let's see. Earth's magnetic field dropped. According to the team's findings, the most dramatic part was the lead up to the reversal, when the poles were migrating across the Earth. Earth's magnetic field dropped to only 0 to 6% strength during the Adams event. I never heard of the Adams event, do you? Says Professor Turney. We essentially had no magnetic field at all. Our cosmic radiation shield was totally gone. During the magnetic field breakdown, the Sun experienced several grand solar minima, long-term periods of quiet solar activity. That's what I think. Even though the GSM means less activity on the Sun's surface, the weakening of its magnetic field can mean more space weather, like solar flares and galactic cosmic rays. That is true. Could head Earth's way. And it has been, hasn't it? I mean, our magnetic field is weaker. And, man-made EMF messes with Earth's magnetosphere. It's insanity what they're doing. I've got a little piece later by Michael TSARION that speaks to that a little bit. Even though GSM means less activity on the Sun's surface, the weakening of its magnetic field can mean more space weather. But the thing is this. If Earth lost its magnetic field, then how did it get it back? By the Sun strengthening, I suppose. Yep. Unfiltered radiation from space ripped apart air particles in Earth's atmosphere. Damn. Separating electrons and emitting light, a process called ionization. Yeah, when something becomes ionized, it glows.
Ionization.
Indeed. I got to tell you something in just a minute. The ionized air fried the ozone layer, triggering a ripple of climate change across the globe. Well, I don't know. I think that might be cyclical, but who knows? I don't think we've been going around the sun long enough, honestly. But even if we are, what can we do? Sitting around being afraid isn't the answer. Oh, geez. What was it? Oh, man, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I hate it. Oh, God, I hate it. Oh, man. We have like 450,000 volts, if I'm not mistaken, above our heads in the ionosphere. And beneath our feet, we have the same exact amount of voltage and negative electrons. And we are in the middle. And that's where the gravity thing, dipole to dipole, comes in. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, but it would only make sense that it would be electric. Everything else is. Coming up, we're going to take a look at a live stream about Saturn theory that I'm curious to see. I think it's me and Rick and Adusa and Ted, if I'm not mistaken. Just going to watch a little bit of it.
No, that's not going to happen. I just like the song. The one I want to play is the end, because it's brief, it's not long, and it's really kind of cool. It's dark, but it's the last chapter of Worlds in Collision. Just want to see where it's coming.
You know, by plasma events, right? But by these electrical arc discharges that you used to have between planets, right? Those kinds of things could create heavy metals, right? And whatever the ages of these metals might appear to be, really doesn't tell you anything about the age of the Earth itself. That's the problem with these people claiming that, the Earth is 4 billion years old, because of uranium-lead ratios, right? Well, I mean, the any uranium or lead that you see on the surface of the Earth, I mean, did not originate with the Earth itself. I mean, they're either from impact events or they're from plasma physics types of events.
Just listen to the
from electrical arcing. Like the thing that created the Grand Canyon, right? You've read the Thunderbolts group's version, Walt Thornhill's version of how that happened, right?
Well, I just would like to take us back to Athena and Aphrodite. When you go and do a Wikipedia search, when you have Aphrodite up, but when you type in Venus, you get 74 references on that page to Venus. And when you do that,
originally it was the moon.
Athena,
I'm in the Great Hall.
You get the same with the moon as opposed to Venus. So even Wikipedia agrees that Aphrodite, and the scholars agree that Aphrodite comes from the Greek, and that is
for the moon,
Venus.
Overcreation of us. It's in the exact place where in other words, it would have been in the places that you wanted it to be. It would have been like in the easiest place to get out of our system, like in the space between Mars and Saturn, right? That would have been the easiest thing to get out of. You wouldn't have wanted to try to escape from the system starting from the Sun Jupiter system, right?
And some which cause seabeds and continents to interchange places, to exchange places, submerging kingdoms and creating space for new ones. Cosmic collisions are not divergent phenomena, or phenomena that, in the opinion of some modern philosophers, take place in defiance of what is supposed to be physical. laws. They are more in the nature of occurrences implicit in the dynamics of the universe, or in terms of that philosophy, convergent phenomena, lest by chance restrained by religion, and we may read science instead of religion. You should think that Earth and sun and sky, sea, stars, and moon must needs abide for everlasting because of their divine body.
Thinking while I was reading, it wasn't easy.
Past and then look upon seas and lands and sky, their threefold nature, their three textures so vast. One single day shall hurl to ruin, and massive form and fabric of the world, held up for many years, shall fall headlong. And the whole firmament shall fall on the divine earth and on the sea, and then shall flow a ceaseless cataract of raging fire, and shall burn land and sea, and the firmament of heaven and the stars, and creation itself shall cast into one molten mass and clean dissolve. Then no more shall there be the luminaries, twinkling orbs, no night, no dawn, no constant days of care, no spring, no summer, no winter, no autumn. A single day will see the burial of all mankind, all that the long forbearance of fortune has produced, all that has been reared to eminence, all that is famous, all that is beautiful, great thrones, great nations, all will descend into one abyss, will be overthrown in 1 hour. The vehemence of flames will burst asunder the framework of Earth's crust. The end. Saturn theory characteristic.
You really?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Now, what do you think about the so-called Kincaid thing in the Grand Canyon? Do you think that's for real, or is that just
Kincaid?
Hyperbole?
What is it?
The mummies in ancient Egypt. Did you watch my show?
I have no doubt that people all over the world were performing mummification. As for whether or not it's Egyptian or not, it probably isn't. But at the same time, it's not impossible. The Egyptians have been certainly found as far away as Australia. There are the Gosford glyphs.
Yeah. Well, to find out King Arthur was in America, it blows my mind too. So.
Yeah.
That's very crazy.
That's going to be a fun one. I did a whole show. on that on
We're gonna have to
Lead
talk
Project
about
on
that.
Rex's channel. We will. No problem. Anytime you want.
I love this
First
stuff.
read those 2 papers though.
I will.
Go back to my go back to the academia. I'll point out which 2 papers it is.
Okay.
I'll alt tab over to the.
Okay. Now where am I at here? This is the first one. We did these 2. Now where's
X out of that, I'm going to come and say hello to you and see what kind of crowd we got tonight, if anyone's left. I'm not worthy.
too soon. You cry for the moon. Shine on your crazy diamond. Golden light shadows at night. Exposed to light. Shine on your crazy diamond. Where you pour out your welcome with random precision. Roll on the steel breeze. Come on, you raver, you steal visions. Come on, you painter, you paper, you prison, and shine.
Observations at the Mount Wilson and the spectrographic data suggests it's not easy. The thermal balance of Venus. Radiometric observations at the Mount Wilson and Flagstaff observatories in 1922 have shown that a considerable amount of heat is emitted by the dark part of the disk of the planet Venus. Venus, being nearer to the Sun than the Earth, turns in succession its illuminated and shaded parts toward the Earth. It shows phases like the Moon. The temperature of the day and night sides
of Venus was measured by a radiometric method,
and it was found that there is nearly uniform temperature over the planet's surface,
both on the illuminated and dark hemisphere. This sentence of E. Pettit and S.T. Nicholson is a
terse statement of what is perhaps the most valuable single discovery ever made with respect to the planet Venus. Similar results were also obtained independently and almost simultaneously by a second pair of researchers. What explanation can be given for the phenomenon of the nearly uniform temperature of the day and night hemispheres of Venus? The conclusion drawn was this: the daily rotation of the planet Venus is very rapid, and during the short night, the temperature cannot fall to any considerable extent. But this conclusion stands in complete contradiction to what was believed to be the established fact of the non-rotation of Venus with respect to the Sun, or of a rotation in relation to the fixed stars, the period equal to the time of one revolution on its
planetary orbit for 225 terrestrial days.
Due to the cover of clouds over Venus, it is impossible to have a direct impression as to whether Venus has a day-night rotation or not. The spectrographic data suggests that the planet revolves always with the same side to the Sun, just as the Moon revolves always the same side to the Earth, or
bizarre structure has been detected towering high above Saturn's hexagon. There is something strange over Saturn's North Pole. A tremendous structure towering high above the clouds indicates that the planet's peculiar hexagonal formation is much, much bigger than was initially apparent. The data comes from Cassini, which a year after its demise plunging into Saturn's opaque atmosphere, contaminated with nuclear waste, is still leading us to new discoveries. When the probe commenced its observations in 2004 during the southern summer, it clocked a warm high-altitude vortex over the planet's south pole. Meanwhile, Saturn's north pole contains the famous hexagonal cloud pattern, but we didn't think it had a vortex until now. Would that be a Birkeland current? The long-term study has found a similar vortex forming over the North Pole as the North approaches summer. High up in the stratosphere, and just like the jet stream below it, the vortex is hexagonal. The edges of this newly found vortex appear to be hexagonal, precisely matching a famous and bizarre hexagonal cloud pattern we see deeper down in Saturn's atmosphere, said planetary scientist Lee Fletcher of the University of Leicester in the UK. The University of Leicester. Crazy.
Leicester.
Leicester? Leicester? Okay. I guess that'd be better than Leicester. While we did expect to see a vortex of some kind at Saturn's North Pole as it grew warmer, its shape is really surprising. Either a hexagon has spawned spontaneously and identically in two different altitudes, one lower in the clouds and one high in the stratosphere, or the hexagon is in fact a towering structure spanning a vertical range of several hundred kilometers. Ever since its discovery in the early 1980s by the Voyager spacecraft, the hexagon has been a puzzle for planetary scientists. It wasn't until 2006 that Cassini got a good photo of it, and scientists have been trying to figure out more about it ever since. The structure is strangely symmetrical and is made by an atmospheric jet stream, with winds blowing up to 500 kilometers per hour, 300 miles per hour, and it's huge, measuring a massive 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 miles, across. Earth has a diameter of 12,742 kilometers, 7,917.5 miles. 2 Earths could fit inside the hexagon, with room to spare. It's pretty cool. It also rotates at roughly the same rate as the planet itself, indicating that the structure is tied to the planet's rotation, much like the polar front jet stream here on Earth. And a previous investigation found that using rotation, the hexagon shape could be replicated in fluid in a lab. Cassini studied the hexagon in detail using its composite infrared spectrometer, CIRS, in 2006. At this point, it was still northern winter on Saturn. Its year is around 30 Earth years. Now that's more like it. So its summers and winters are long, which meant the North Pole was in shadow, but CIRS could circumvent this hurdle since it can observe thermal radiation. However, the upper atmosphere was still too cold for reliable infrared observations, so Cassini confined itself to studying the cloud layer. But in 2009, Saturn's North Pole started to emerge from winter. The atmosphere warmed and things turned around. We were able to use the CIRS instrument to explore the northern stratosphere for the first time, from 2014 onwards, said planetary scientist Sandrine Gerlet of the Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique in France.
The Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique.
Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique in France. As the polar vortex became more and more visible, we noticed it had hexagonal edges and realized that we were seeing the pre-existing hexagon at much higher altitudes than previously thought. It towered hundreds of kilometers over the clouds and showed quite different behavior from the southern vortex. It's cooler, not as mature, and of course, the South Pole has no hexagon. But since wind conditions change dramatically with altitude, the fact that the hexagon shape persists so much higher than the cloud tops is a baffling conundrum. One way that wave information can leak upwards is via a process called evanescence, where the strength of a wave decays with height, but is just about strong enough to still persist up into the stratosphere, said Fletcher. Of course, we know it has to be an electric event. We simply need to know more, because we refuse to see the electricity. It's quite frustrating. Anyhow, that we only discovered this stratospheric hexagon right at the end of Cassini's lifespan. And why did you kill it? Afraid what you might find? Saturn's northern summer has already peaked, with the solstice occurring May 2017. Of course, time flies. There are still several years left of summer, and it's expected that the North Pole vortex will continue to develop. However, with Cassini's mission ended, it's uncertain whether scientists will be able to observe these changes. The Cassini spacecraft continued to provide new insights and discoveries right up to the very end. Without a capable spacecraft like Cassini, these mysteries would have remained unexplored by an international team sending a sophisticated robotic explorer
to a previously unexplored destination, with results that keep flowing even when the mission itself has ended. The team's research has been published in the journal Nature Communications. The end. Saturn's Polar Vortex by Stephen Smith. May 30th, 2018. Electricity influences Saturn's environment. The picture at the top of the page could be mistaken for recent images of Jupiter's great red spot. However, the swirling vortex is actually located in the center of Saturn's vast hexagonal north polar formation. Hexagons and other polygons can sometimes occur in hurricanes, so astrophysicists believe that fluid dynamics can explain what they call a mysterious phenomenon. In 2010, physicists from Oxford University spun a 30-liter cylinder of water with a ring of viscous green dye inside, spinning faster than the cylinder. Their thinking was that a jet stream analog could provide a plausible description of what is happening on Saturn if several factors are ignored. First, they did not produce concentric rings around the hexagon, each with different temperatures. Second, Saturn's poles are hotter than theories predict. Third, there are aurorae at the poles. Fourth, there is electric charge flow connecting Saturn's poles to its family of moons. Additionally, the winds in the polar vortex are 4 times faster than any hurricane, nor does it move around. Such kinetic experiments are insufficient in scope.
I'm
Since
still here
electrical
too.
effects are not considered, perhaps the kinetic model should be stood on its head. The polygons in hurricanes should
Sounds
be
good.
reevaluated in the light of electrical theories. Electricity flowing through plasmas can create a central column surrounded by concentric cylinders. As retired professor of electrical engineering, Dr. Donald Scott proved, filamentary structures form evenly spaced vortices surrounding the column. As the filaments rotate around one another, a hexagonal cross-section forms inside. In an electric universe, electricity moves along charged Birkeland currents connecting the sun. Energy flows most strongly into the giant gas planets because their charge differential with the sun is greater than that of their smaller rocky cousins. The electric sun is what drives so-called meteorological activity on Saturn. Many years ago, Planetary scientists admitted that Saturn's polar hurricane cannot be explained. The driving forces behind the motion, and indeed the global motion of Saturn's atmosphere, still need to be understood. Their lack of understanding is because electrodynamic circuits initiate anomalous heating on Saturn. Not only Saturn, but the other gas planets as well. Jupiter and Neptune display hot poles. The double eye vortex on Venus, along with the hot poles on Enceladus, Titan, and Io, will also benefit from acknowledging the principal tenets of an electric universe. Stephen Smith.
Celestian time.
Prehistoric Dacia, the Pelasgians, the Titans. The most ancient, the most glorious among all Pelestian tribes were the Titans. They were called by the authors Genus Antiquum Terrae and Terrae Fili Virgil. According to the Theogonies of Hesiod, the first children conceived with Gaia and Uranus were the Titans, 12 in number, 6 men and 6 women, and their names were the following: Oceanus, Koios, Cryos,
Let's see. One of my questions is
Rhea, Tethys,
Chronos, or time,
and Phoebe.
As
in fact, most of these names represent only simple personifications.
I live here in Florida.
Of geographical regions.
We have
one Hyperon,
stories of Ponce de Leon,
person from
the DeSoto Trail, the Fountain of Youth,
the region,
Seven Cities of Gold. But the only problem I have is the chronology of this even doesn't make sense. Supposedly the time that the Spaniards were over here, they didn't even have a nation yet. The timelines just doesn't make the chronology of the places I observe where I live here and the given history that's been shared with us. It does not add up.
from beyond the mountain, Transylvania of today, or the country from beyond, as the people from Romania call it, Anonymous Spele, Ragmaturus, Terra Ultra Savannah, and Ultra Silius.
We just know
The
what
Odyssey
we've been told.
mentions Hyperia, or the country beyond, situated close to the Cyclops, from where Lafici emigrated. Tethys corresponds to the forms of Tetsis.
Oh yeah,
and Tetsis or Tetsis.
Our history seems so fluid as it changes
Greek language,
so
the letter
often.
TH had a sibilant sound, and S was added to T, and sometimes TH represented Z. For example, Zeus was in reality the same word as Theos. According to the ancient legends, Tethys had been married with Oceanus Potamos.
It's interesting the Vietnamese celebrate Tet,
or is true, and in this way they gave birth to a large number of names of big and important rivers, along which were settled various Pelasgian populations. Hestidius, by its name as well as by the geography of the legends of Theogony, Tethys is only a personification of a big river from the western parts of ancient Dacia, which flows into the Danube. In medieval documents and chronicles of Hungaria, Tidia, Tisa, and Thesia, the epithets Canna, Candida, Fincunda, and Magna, given to the goddess Tethys, are also characteristics of the same river. Themis, a country of this goddess, was in the northern parts of Illyria, near the sources of the river Oceanus, or Istru. From a geographical point of view, Themis personified the antiquity to the river today called Themis, which springs from the southwestern Carpathians of Transylvania and flows into the Danube. One of the daughters of the goddess of Themis was called Dice, the goddess of justice. She just throws the dice. She represented by name and attributions. According to Herodotus, the most just of all Thracians, and according to Homer in the Iliad, the inhabitants from the north of Thrace were the most just of all peoples, and they were called the Getae. Thea, a lot of these names are so just really hard to pronounce. The Hyperboreans, who dwelt, as we know, north of the lower Danube, were considered descendants of the Titans. Atlas, the most powerful king of the Hyperboreans, who later was transformed into a huge mountain, was also a Titan, or in other words, the Titans were the dominant tribe of this kingdom. Latona, the Hyperborean virgin, who being chased by Juno, wandered through the world and gives birth to Apollo and Diana in the island of Delos, was the daughter of a Titan. Titans played a very important role in the history of the first Pelasgian Empire. They formed the most ancient, most noble, most energetic class in the social hierarchy. During the times of Uranus and Saturn, the first kings of the Pelasgian state were from the family of the Titans. The Titans administered all the public functions. They were at the same time the religious chiefs of the Pelasgian state, for which they were also called Titan gods. Homer, Hesidius, Theogony. It's funny, Theogony, I think that's what we call theology. The Titans dethroned Uranus and gave the empire to Saturn, after which they sustained together a 10-year difficult war against Jove. But Saturn was defeated and Jove occupied the throne of Uranus. Unhappy with this change, the Titans rose again under the leadership of Atlas, wanting to oust Jove and reinstate Saturn, but their fate was unfavorable. They were defeated the second time, Hyginus, and their entire class was exterminated. Oh, nice. Some were shut into deep and vast cave called Tartaros. Hesidius, Theogony, while others left the region from near the Istru, immigrated and scattered through various Pelasgian lands. The figure of a Titan from the Egyptian planisphere of Kercher, and they got the guy holding two snakes. The Battle of the Titans with Jove took place in the woodlands of Tartessius, near Cerna, on the territory of ancient Dacia, in the same region which figures under the name Sidereal-Pylea at Homer, Iliad, Hesidius, Theogony, or the mountains near the cataracts of the Danube. Now, I don't know if any of this is true, but I'm just reading this from this person about the Pelesgians, and a lot of it might just be metaphors, I don't know, but I just find it really interesting, because I really am intrigued by the older a civilization is, the more intrigued I am to learn about it, so that's just checking it out. I'm not endorsing it, I'm just reading it. In the Battle of Gade, the Roman general Crassus caught the brother of King Dapix, and afterwards he went to the vast and strong cave where the great number of the inhabitants of that land had taken refuge with their most precious objects and their flocks. In this cave, the legend tells us, had taken refuge the Titans when defeated by the gods. The etymology and form of the name Titans is not Greek. Regarding to the ancient meaning of this word, Homer tells us that the Titans, proto-parents of the gods and the illustrious men, Orphic hymn, the Titans are called the proto-parents of our parents, Pauli. We have therefore the explanation of the word Titans, with all the meaning of
Patres and progenitores.
Patres and progenitors. The etymology of this name is reduced then by its form and meaning to the radical tata or teta, parent, father, parent. It results therefore that the term Titans is identical by its origin and meaning with the Romanian form Titani, forefathers. With the ousting of Saturn from the empire, the political role of the so-called Titani ceases. Their numerous class, rich, powerful, and superb, is completely extinguished. Oh, really? The Illuminati, maybe, of the time? Some are destroyed in a great civil war. Couldn't imagine that ever happening. Which ends with the catastrophe at Tartessius. Others are shut in dark caves, Tartaros, and those who could escape the fury of the victors are forced to find another country. Some take refuge in Italy. Others scatter through Helena, Asia Minor, Hispania, and the northern parts of Europe, Germany. Among the most ancient tribes of Rome, the historical traditions mention the so-called Tatienses. These Tatini formed together with two other tribes called the Ramnes and Lucers. Ramnes and Lucers, the wealthiest, most noble, and high social class of ancient Rome. They are called Patres, and are considered as all the public affairs of the Roman state were in the hand of these parties. They alone administered, during a number of centuries, all the priestly, civil, and military functions. In the beginning, they considered themselves as the only intermediaries between gods and state. They were kind of Titania's theoi. They formed in the Roman state a permanent council of governance. They had the right to designate the king's successor. With them rested the decision of war and peace. Sounds like the Senate. Sure of their ancient glory, they considered themselves a class of a different nationality and a different blood than the other poor, uncultured citizens of obscure origins, whom they called plebes. Livy. Well, there you go. It's still going on today. Their traditional and privileged name of Patres is also mentioned in the tabule. The origin of this patriarchal institution, of this Senate composed of representatives of certain ancient families, was without doubt predating the epoch of Romulus. It's just like the Senate today. You notice a guy spends his whole life in the Senate. Next thing you know, his son's in there, his cousin, and it's huge with nepotism. That's why I stopped voting, because I think it's all horse poop. It belonged to the original organization of the Pelesgian society, or in other words, the fundamental organization of Rome was that which the Pelesgians had in the times of the Titans. And they haven't given it up since. They've had it ever since. They've been in charge since the beginning. We find other remains of the noble and famous tribe of the Titans scattered around the Aegean Mediterranean Sea. As Velikovsky tells us, one of the ancient Titans had settled in Attica. A powerful Titan with the name of Tityus, son of Gaia, was mentioned as king of Euboea, Apollodorus. Finally, a tribe with the name Titi appears in the territory of Hispania, even at the time when this peninsula was not conquered by the Romans. They had a particular sympathy for the Roman people, a similarity, parents of Rome towards them. Their legates were admitted in the Senate, and although they were barbarians, they were permitted to speak in their national language. Traces of the name of the ancient Titans from the lower Danube have been also preserved in the medieval documents of Hungary. A village with the name of Tathan, today Tetani, is mentioned at 1205 close to Buda. Another village, Tethun, was around 1279 in the country Simagiu, a wealthy and powerful family of nobles whose possessions were between the rivers Drava and Sava, is mentioned in the documents of Hungary with the name Genus Tethan. Finally, Titinius Lucius appears on a Roman inscription from Dalmatia. I'm almost done here. It isn't anything like I thought it was going to be. That's what I mean. It can really get into the minutia. Finally, we note here that in old Romanian folk ballad, the parents or the senators of the city Brasov in Transylvania, it's funny, parents and senators that are similar. That's what it means. Are called Tatori Turguli, and this name is attributed to them in a nationally good meaning, in no way ironic. At north of the lower Danube, the term Tartar comes from a very remote age. Greek historian Herodotus tells us that Hercules had learned the art of the bow and arrow from a Scythian called Teutaros. This shepherd from north of the lower Danube was therefore from the nation of the ancient Titans. In Greek theogonies, Saturn has also the epithet Tartaros, meaning father. In Egypt, though, Saturn was called more correctly Teutonian and was invoked in the following terms: parent of parents, great from the first time. Finally, Apollo, the god of the sun, who also had the epithet Titan, was venerated in some parts of Rome under the name Tortor. And Suetonius tells us, from the ethnic point of view, the Titans belong to the Pelasgian nation. In the genealogy of prehistoric peoples, Titan, the proto-parent of the Titans, figures as a grandson of the king Pelasgi, Apollodorus. Wow, that was a wild chapter for the giants. Well, that should be interesting, but I'm going to call it.
For the 7 planets, because the stellar cult worship the planets, and the 7 great gods that were the 7 planets. So they get the week. That's why a week isn't just 3 days, 10 days, 15 days, 14 days, 6 days. It's 7 days. Now, each cult would have additional feast days assigned to them, of course, some which would closely coincide, others which were more specific. In fact, the hands of a clock also represent these cults and their division of time. That's right. Not only on a wristwatch do you have the 12 demarcated zones, but you have 3 hands on a clock. The hour hand for Horus, the sun, the min hand for minute, which was the ancient name of the moon, min, and the quick ticking hand, which is either for Mercury, the fastest god, or for the Earth, for terrestrial time. The 3 hands of time. I want to emphasize again at this point that there was another little division on a timeline. It's very important to realize that if we create a timeline from, say, 25,000 years BC up until the period of the Ptolemies in Egypt, that's Alexandrian period, the last of the dynasties, what we call Egypt lasted that long. It starts 25,000 years ago and comes up to the time of the invasion of the Greeks. Something incredible must have been happening in that time, because we have to realize that that's a very long, expansive time. In fact, if you take every other age that came later, and I'm talking about the Alexandrian period, I'm talking about the Christian period, or the Grecian period, the Hellenistic period, the Romanesque period, the Renaissance, the Christian period that came then, we move into the neoclassical period, and then we have the modern age. Take it all, multiply it by 3, and still the period that we know of Egypt was longer. But just for this moment in time, realize that there was another important division between these 4 great cults of power. As I said earlier, the stellar and the lunar cult had women as equals, and often women were the dominant rulers of the clans and the nations, and were in senior positions, mystically, religiously, and also politically. Whereas in the Saturnian and solar cult, and this is a key point to remember, the role of women was substantially diminished. We're going to see a little bit more of that later. Now, the male gods of Egypt and the pharaoh himself were ambassadors of the feminine goddess Numenon. Okay, Numenon just means presence or spiritual energy, something rare and otherworldly.
It's moving back against the wall. It's backing up. It's moving away from them. He sees them, Bobby.
You guys got anything you want to say? Maybe I'll say hello to everyone out there. Anybody want to chat for a while?
Hello. Yeah, I'm quite interested in what you just shared.
Oh, yes, I know. Yeah, Michael TSARION is always interesting to me.
The Danube River, some of the oldest writings that we know of, besides the Americas, happen to be the Danube script, which closely resembles cuneiform.
Yeah,
Possibly.
I don't know much about it, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. And anyway, the different river systems and the different architectural structures that seem to be accompanying a lot of them, especially on the northern hemisphere.
Have you ever seen? I'm trying. His name's coming to me. I'm searching the capillaries. Gunnar Heinzen. Are you familiar with him at all?
Sounds vaguely familiar, but no.
Well, he's a German archaeologist, I think. Anyways, he went and discovered that there was no difference between the 1st century and the 10th century in architecture. And there's no stalligraphy where one's buried deeper than the other. They're all side by side. 35,000 archaeological sites, not one has stalligraphy from the last 1,000 years. So there was no difference from the 1st century to the 10th century. He points this out. They were using the same kind of pottery. How could that be 1,000 years apart? Or 800 years apart? That's ridiculous. The basilica type buildings were used in both periods. He goes into it quite well. I got it in my history video. Check it out sometime. I think you'd like what he has to say.
Definitely, because we use silica in electronics, because of the properties, silica, and other crystals.
Oh yeah.
But that's very intriguing.
You know, crystal, I think, was like the first thing that matter on the Earth was. I think that's the oldest type of matter on Earth is crystal.
I think it's the oldest and most prevalent.
And they say it's alive, too. It's like living rock.
Well, it grows.
Yeah.
Like in Nika Crystal Cave.
Yeah.
Before the Explorers Club decided to fill it back in, they allowed a few people in there. Not only does it seem that the crystal is alive, but it has symbiotes that live in the crystal. Microbial, but they eat iron oxide, and they share no known genome with a known database. No DNA shared with anything that we know of.
Hold down the fort, will you? I have to visit the little boys' room. I'll be back. Okay?
Take your time, bro.
Just go ahead and check.
Oh. Well, hello. And I want to hear more about your crystals. I'm very in tune with crystals. I happen to have quite the collection of different kinds of crystals.
Excellent.
And I'd like to hear a little more about, like, that interested me. And I'm sorry, it's 5:15 in the morning here, so my brain isn't firing on all cylinders.
Oh, that's great. You're closer to the in-between state. It's where we can flow easier without thinking too hard. There's different minerals with different properties. Some of them can be charged by the sun. Others are charged by water flow.
Some charged by the moon.
Yes.
Some charged by the earth.
Some charged by you.
Yes.
Some charged. Yes. Okay.
Clear quartz specifically, right?
Oh, I can't specify too much without referring to my notes because I don't want to misspeak. But
clear quartz is known as a programmable crystal, where you can program it to with your vibrations.
Yeah, store data and energy, just like water will too.
Yes. No wonder I love the water so much.
Yes. the charge of water in crystals. You have different crystalline structures of metals. Some are hydrophilic, some are hydrophobic. But you can put one in a flowing stream, a linear flowing stream, smooth flow, and you can put one crystalline in the flow upstream and then another one downstream if they have the proper quality. So you're going to get a usable charge.
Oh, wow.
Amperage draw. And there's a lot of people that are coming out with a lot of information about how to do things now. This was patented and filed unbeknownst to me. But we had been using iron and copper. And Mr. Charles's patent, he used aluminum or aluminium, wherever you live, and brass.
I'm in the States. It's aluminum.
Aluminum, okay. But anyway, that's it's been tested, demonstrated, and proven. And we've been using
similar to like an organite pyramid.
Well, it's quite similar. It's what we're taught about electricity. You just take it and throw it in a trash can, unless you're listening to someone like Eric P. Dollard that knows that we don't know, and that he admits it. But we are, a lot of us are still researching, developing, and experimenting with an open
I have
mind.
a theory. I have a theory, but I always like to learn more. I believe that energy is constant, and the transfer of ions is constant. Like even when if say you're to scratch your own skin, there's transfer of ions there.
Definitely, but I wouldn't say in any particular manner. I would say there's a field, as opposed to particles theory. I'm not really into that anymore.
Okay.
It's gone too wonky to me. Like first, I was taught the three subatomic particles: the electron, the proton, and the neutron. The proton, neutron, or the nucleus. Well, supposedly they captured a snapshot of an electron, and boy, did it look mighty lonely. And all the tests and experiments, they still have not been able to evaluate the size of the nucleus of any atom.
Right.
So then it went off into tachyons, gluons, muons, and it's continuing to grow and grow and grow. So
and that's my whole thing on science is everything starts with a theory, and it's ever changing. Everyone, I listen to people say scientific fact. There's no such thing as scientific fact.
No,
what there is theories that have been proven, but that doesn't mean there aren't other theories that can be proven in the same way.
Exactly. It's nice to meet you, Val. Very few people are open-minded and ready to accept and willing that there are other perspectives, other perceptions, and other ways.
Well, there isn't always one solution to a problem. There's going to be multiple.
That's right.
Or one solution to one approach to anything. I've become a lot more open-minded and, expanding upon it. And that's why I like to listen to Greg, and I like to show support because he's basically family. But I like to listen and learn other people's perspectives and kind of expound upon them and let my mind wander and grow more.
Same here. That's why I love listening to Greg.
Well, Lunchette, when you were talking about particle, where would you be then on the theory of light and sound as being main mover? So, of course, sound, we know you create frequencies, waves, and light. Is a particle or not? Well, that's another argument. And like you say, if it's a science, it's always evolving. When it's a fact, it's no longer a science.
Yep. When I can demonstrate it to myself over and over and over, I feel comfortable with sharing it.
And then it's no longer a science.
No, it's a demonstration of something that works. Science originally.
Then you could always pull up the bits. Then you can turn it back scientific if you want.
Yeah, but
remodeling. Yes.
Yeah, it gets so upset with me that the word science has been hijacked. Because before it used to mean just knowing. Science means you were sentient, means you knew, you were knowing. Omniscient means not knowing. Ignorant means choosing to ignore truth when it's shown to you. And a lot of times people will do that because they believe they were taught the truth and cling on to that wholeheartedly and emotionally, even to the point where it affects their evaluation abilities.
I think it scares the general populace to think that everything that they think they know could be wrong.
Well, I tell you what, I found so much comfort as I've matured and found others that it just wasn't resonating with as well. Because I was in school and I was getting taught Newtonian physics, thermodynamics, and going outside and having bumblebees and beetles fly by and laugh at the teachers.
You communicate on a different level. There's a different awareness of the world around you.
Yeah, I didn't recognize I was that different until I was 7, and I shared something with my mother, and then it came to pass and she fainted. I was like, oh, okay, that's not the effect I want to have on my mother. And then it took me into I was about 21 when I realized I was the one that was really different, you know?
It's a tough world to live in when you're very different like that.
Yes, but I would not want to fit in. The way I see how society incentivizes people to fit in, I'm so glad I don't.
I don't either, and I'm grateful for it now. But as a child, and I'm raising a child that has the same kind of sentient knowledge. I guess that's the right word. He just kind of knows things.
Well, that's probably anamnesis. That's a recollection of knowledge.
Things he shouldn't know about.
Exactly.
Things he shouldn't understand. Things that have not been explained to him.
Yes, ma'am. I would. I'll type it in the chat here. That way you can look it up.
Okay. Yeah. It's very difficult to explain, but he has a very hard time making friends, as I did as a young person. And I don't mean this in a bad or condescending way, but some people just are incapable of thinking on that level. And when they cannot, they label you as weird.
They're picked on.
Oh, yeah.
they become a target. Yep.
And then I went through a period where I just kind of dumbed it down to be able to actually hold a job and associate with people. And now I let it fly, and I have very few people that I talk to. Greg's son being one of my best friends of almost 30 years. And he has that same kind of intellect, and we can converse on much deeper levels than I can converse with most people.
So what you're saying is most people that you work with or meet, they're acquaintances.
Learn share set anamnesis.
Exactly.
Not someone you can rely on.
It's not even about relying on, it's about they don't understand. I can't give them everything that there is or share with them everything that I think about, because I recognize that it isn't mainstream. And that's kind of
they wouldn't accept it. They'd make fun of you, etc., etc. Yep.
And I'm not worried so much about acceptance. That said, I know, like, to give an example, my mother could not watch one of these videos. She is so terrified of space. It's unreal.
Right.
The concept of never ending scares her to death.
It makes Greg uncomfortable. He doesn't like to do that.
No. And see, I find it interesting and intriguing, and I enjoy hearing about it. I enjoy learning about it. I enjoy being part of these conversations because I don't get a chance. Greg is more philosophical than he's more life skills, common sense, with that whole streak of morality. He's got that huge streak of morality. And I love that about him. It is. I give you credit for that. I also give Grandma credit for that.
Yeah.
You know,
she had a tough way with his mom. Really. Rocky relationship, and then she died, and they passed it off. It was really hard on him.
Oh yeah, for everything I've ever known about him, he is one of the most empathetic, kindest, most big-hearted humans that I have ever known.
With the tough guy.
Yeah, well, tough guy exterior. You can't judge a book. You can't judge a book by its cover. Oh, he's a.
That's pretty wild looking.
He's a lion. He's terrifying to a lot of people.
Check out the space.
So you know. Well, you said space is never ending. What about the theory of, well, it is really in that it's a decay and rebirth system. So it's always goes, so for instance, one area will die and something else will take it over, just like us.
And I tried to explain it to my mom like that.
Generation. And if a new generation replaces us, and they wear a genetic memory into the next generation.
Yes. I've tried to explain it to my mom like that it's not necessarily never ending, it's ever evolving.
The detail.
Like NASA talk, this is so many hundred or million light years away. How do they work out that distance? That's another thing that always amazes me.
Yes, that's pretty impressive.
It might not be as far as we think or are led to believe.
No, it might not be. It's definitely something to think about and expand upon as.
Hey Andy, while I'm thinking about that idea of watching evidence of revision and like commenting throughout it, I like that.
Yep.
How did you do that?
Yep. You put it on the list and let me know when.
Yeah. I wanted to go tonight, but I'm just getting tired by the minute. I don't know if I'm going to make it much.
It would nearly be morning, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Nearly be morning, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's definitely morning.
It's 5:30 in the morning. I've been going for 5:30. I don't want to go over 6. So.
We have been
banging.
It's just crazy.
Yeah. It's cool. It's fun. I enjoy it. I haven't done it in a while. Just getting back, but my mind has been consumed.
We did on talk. We did on what's the name, Greg? A bit messy at the start, but then it got really interesting, didn't it? You know, like
yeah. That was
from Morley how easy it is to get hold over on your computers.
And that might help somebody.
Right? And then of course and then of course we had it pop up.
Yep.
And that was a pretty good effect. You could use something like that and then transfer it over to YouTube if it's allowed.
I gave Neil, he was waiting for an in. I tossed him a nice fat softball to give him an in. And he just took over. That was cool. That was cool. Yeah.
Yep.
I always enjoy talking to Neil. I always enjoy talking to everybody that we talk to. Everybody's got their own blend of things.
Well, that's what Val's talking about too, isn't it? That hardest part is you want to think or have a different idea, and everybody now wants to, well, not everybody, but a lot of people want to squash you, say you're nutter or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
On here, we just sort of wander along. If people want to listen, they can. If they don't, move on.
Well, like he said about the people who bash Velikovsky, they're ignorant. I mean, they don't know the whole complete argument. How can they make a decision that's informed if they don't know the whole argument?
Because it goes against what they think they know, and it's insulting to their intelligence.
Right.
How they take it.
So what you're saying
because
is
they have too much pride.
They can't see past their own ego. That's ridiculous.
Yes, they have way too much pride.
It's ridiculous.
Well, like it was.
Well, even a general person.
It was difficult for me. It hurt. It hurt me to recognize that this is all bullshit.
I know.
Why?
What's the point? Is it to save us from ourselves, maybe? Maybe if we
that's part of it.
Yeah.
It's part of it. I agree.
It is. Because since a young child, I got put in check by my stepfather. That was helping me with my R&D, provide me with materials and test equipment at a young age. And then I showed him a working model of something, and he grabbed me by the wrist and took me upstairs and sat me down next to my mother and explained to both of us why this doesn't exist. But maybe sometime during my lifetime I can speak of it. But he worked for nuclear power. He was a problem solver, and that's why he had a big heads up on that. He knew the energy sector.
Yeah, it doesn't exist because if it was to come out, you would turn up missing. I think a lot of it has to do with people, the vast majority of people not being not being able to put their egos aside and recognize that there's always going to be someone smarter than them.
But he explained to me it was a lot more than that. He said that if something was to come along and just totally disrupt the way things are right now, as far as petroleum and whatnot, that it would put so many people out of work. It would displace. It
would destroy the economy.
Yes. And
yeah, you'd have all these stranded assets. And when you think about it, that's what happened in the 20s and 30s when the big push and move was on from horse-type vehicles, motorised vehicles, motorised farming, and all that. It was really, you can put that partly into that equation of why it was so bad.
And why the Depression was what it was.
Yeah, because you'd had so much money spent on the new infrastructure, and the old infrastructure, it had money against it, and they're both fighting each other basically for the right. That's one of the ways I look at one of the reasons why that was so bad.
Yes.
And you're right.
Absolutely.
You can't just wipe it out overnight. It has to be phased in. Yeah.
Introduced.
You could wipe it out now. Yeah. Yeah. And
you have to think of collateral damage and things we're trying to avoid.
What do you do with people?
What
do you do with people?
Yeah. It's been a long time. Been a long time wondering for whom to share what with and when. You know, it's but fortunately there are people that are coming out and bringing out some concepts and people breaking the ice for us. People like Eric P. Dollard that's still working on it as well. People like Hutchie, which they're still trying to help everybody. Him and his wife Nancy, John and Nancy Hutchison.
Didn't he die a couple years ago?
No. I know, so I heard that too, and I'm glad it was incorrect. He really helped us out here in the Gulf of Mexico after the BP oil spill, whatever you want to call it. The pipeline burst and nobody went down there and put the damn color on it. Well, anyway, he came, it was going to be 200 years before we could fish the waters again. But he came and helped us out. Nobody.
And that's a humanitarian.
Yes, it is. Yeah, they took samples of the water, and it was terrible. They took samples of healthy water, and there was no comparison. And when they got finished with it, the water in the Gulf was as good and healthy as from the other location. And we were able to go back to fishing and crabbing and everything, and even the oil balls and shit disappeared.
So basically, he saved several industries just by being available and willing to help.
Yes. He volunteered to help with Fukushima's situation as well. And he wasn't alone. The Sapphire Project mentioned something about that too, because they were able to transmute elements as well. But yeah, Hutchie's still around. I just heard him. He was talking with an old buddy of mine on his show, and I need to get a hold of him to say thank you and to share knowledge with each other.
What was that? I was going to ask something, but I can't remember. Yeah.
struggling with that too, being that it's, going on 6 in the morning.
Check this face, this robot face coming up. That'd be amazing what some of them things can look like.
Can't say it yet, Greg. Oh, yeah.
I have to fast forward.
It's up now. That's the yellow one, isn't it? Yep.
Robot head.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing what nature can do.
Yeah.
Just the power of nature itself, space, terrestrial, the power of water.
That birth is going on continuously.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing. Ground. We were never taught as electrical engineers the true value of ground. It changes from location to location.
Well, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're taught in engineering that it's a constant. That it's a ground. That they don't give it the value due. But the power companies, they know about it. That's what helps them propagate. We don't even get a legitimate power, but the concentric cylinders that not video earlier, that's the same design as these transformers we have coming from the high to our two 240 volt, our two 120 volt lines coming in with our dedicated neutral.
Sure, boy, I hear cussing in the background.
Yep.
Oh, I was just messing with him. I swore I heard him. I'm like, yeah, I recognize that voice.
We're going to be...
Go on, night, time to get out of bed. Night.
I'm trying to figure out...
Night, time to get out of bed.
Maybe.
Go to sleep soon.
If I catch a second wind, I'll be back.
Are we logging off now?
Pretty soon, yeah. I'm going to say goodnight here to everybody. And
yeah.
Then we can... I might come back for a part B. I'm still thinking. See if Chrome...
Well, if you need to sleep, we understand.
There's not a 25. As you guys noticed, oh no, that freaking girl's thing again.
Yeah, well, you just block it, Greg.
All of
just go on it and click it.
All of the
we are not interested. Sorry, sweetie, we are not interested in the low-level thinkers commenting in here of their porn sites.
When your moderator sees this, take care of it for me, please.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Let's see. Info. I mean, does it ever end?
Invasion of the sex bots.
I mean, no doubt. What is this? Never seen anything like it.
You go on one of them, Val. You'll be able to go on one and block the whole lot of that.
Let me see.
I don't know why I'm missing them.
Hide user from channel there. Right. Alchemy 88.
Yeah, there they go.
And Dan the Turkman. Haven't seen you in a while, Dan. It's good to see you. Lo-Fi. Sea of Kronos. Cool name. Sexy Info. Be sure to check that out later. Gargoyle. Nick Gartside.
I really like the name Alchemy, the way it's spelled and everything.
Yeah, it's cool. Oh, I already hit him. Okay. It's just weird stuff, man. I guess most people think that folks are simpletons. Oh, girls! Ooh! It's really ridiculous.
Ooh, let me run right over there to, No. Mm-mm.
Robot.
I have more respect for myself and those women than
I
the
want to go get a virus on my computer.
ass.
Yeah, no doubt.
I actually, you were talking about with Polly earlier about how people are sending email worms and things like that.
Oh yeah.
I actually have a very good friend that was, similar situation, but his email contained, child porn.
What?
I'm gonna say porn.
Oh my God!
Somebody had changed one character of the sender's address, and he actually went to jail.
LearnShare said face vomiting.
Yeah, he did.
That's right.
You have to be so careful what you do on the internet anymore. It's
sick.
It is sick, and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
And if you don't know what you're doing on the internet, it's a very dangerous place to be.
The world's full of sickos. There's even slavery. They have a whole sex slave trade. Worldwide. Right under
And the state, and the state we live in is one of the worst.
I can't believe that.
Just not within a half hour from me. They busted a whole ring of human trafficking. They saved 25 people, women and children, from being transported across the way into Canada and probably never to be seen again.
If you really start thinking about how effed up the world is, it really brings you down. That's why I try to just stay away from that. You know? Because I'm helpless. It just makes my blood boil for no reason.
I get it.
Just stay away from it.
That one was so close to me that there was no avoiding hearing about it. But I don't watch the news. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I forgot what I was doing. I'm going to say goodnight, guys. I might come back.
Well,
I'll let you guys know. Yeah, I'm gonna say goodnight.
You got to remember what LearnShare said in that before. There's only one thing I'd add. Everything in our life has some form of meter on it.
Yeah, that's right.
Whatever replaces what we do today will not be operational till they can find a way of putting a meter on it.
Yeah, you know.
Anything like Terry Tollard or any of them talk about, until they can put a meter on it to charge you and I for it, won't happen.
That's right. It's just like J.P. Morgan told Tesla, I'm not interested in wireless electricity. You can't put a meter on it.
That's true. And that's really the bottom line is, you got to put the meter on it. And we're in a cage, but we can't see the bars, so we don't believe we're in a cage.
And with that, we're going to say
good night, Craig.
Excellent comment, Andy. And I will see you all next time.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
I'll just stay here muted.
my kindness for some kind of weakness. Guess you thought that I'd always be there. That's when you changed, became all strange, telling lies, criticize. I was waking, self-medicating, who could believe after all this time? You were found, I was exiled, a million miles away from my life. With love, with love, still couldn't stay there, just a feeling.
9 minutes left.
Well, we can say goodnight. Okay, well, you have a good night, and tell your son I said hi, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
Everyone will Thank you.